Check, check.
Hi, you ready to go?
I assume it's accurate. There's no hand timers at first. There's no hand timers.
What's the green height?
Excited for the duels? Yeah.
Right behind you. Whoa!
Without his,
Wow. That backpack catches everything.
he's not announcing.
I don't know if I can get all the way around here. Oh, good.
How much space is the race get started?
It's ready to start.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can still hear you. Kevin, do you hear me? Kevin, we're gonna run the odd numbers on red. And forerunner. John, do you want to know who the forerunners are, or do you know?
I don't care.
Okay.
Siri radio on. Check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our forerunner on course. We're getting ready to go on the course. Forerunner in the gate, just about to be underway.
Timing is clear.
Finish is clear.
Getting our course clears as we kick things off here for the U10 SkillsFest Parallel. Non-elimination format. The girls are going to race first. 2 runs for the girls. And then they get a break. And then it's 2 runs for the boys. And then the girls come back out for runs 3 and run 4. Followed by the boys, run 3, run 4. So that's our order. Here comes our forerunner on the red course. Ghost runner on the blue course. Layla Fry on that red course, checking things out for us. Layla doing a nice job, checking things out, making sure the timing works. As we get ready to go with our first racers, they'll go in order, 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and so on. Madeline Bryan on the red course and Huntley Farrington on the blue course are going to kick things off for us. And here they come. Our first 2 racers are on course. Huntley on blue, Madeline on red. Followed by Avery Wallen and Pippa McGlincy.
How fast did you run them last time?
Huntley and Madeline making their way to the finish.
Yeah, I can tell.
And across they come.
Did that blue person didn't finish, right?
Good finish.
Did not finish.
Oh, never mind. So DNF on the blue course. On the red course, Madeline, your time was 25.56.
All right, go ahead and send. Wait, you have 5 and 6. Okay, go ahead.
Pippa McGlincy, you had a 20.59 on the blue course. Avery, you had a 21.26 on the red. Right now we're watching Freya Stornog on the red course, Arden DeMoss on the blue course. Arden from Steamboat, Freya from Loveland. Here they come to the finish line.
All right, you have 7.
All right, nice job, racers. Up next, Ashley Gibb and Ferris Talamka. Through the finish, that was Arden with a 21.39. Freya, you had a 22.17. Ashley's on the blue course. Ferris is on the red course. It's Winter Park on blue, Steamboat on red. Come to the finish. Iris Stoller on the blue course. McGee McInerney on the red. 2 Steamboat girls racing right now. Ashley, you finished with a 21.42. Ferris, you finished with a 22.35. Geneva and Danners are our next competitors. Iris, you finished on the blue course with a 21.87. McGee, you finished on the red course with a 22.73. Geneva Harney from Team Summit will be next on the blue course, and Danners Peterson from Eldora will be on the red.
We are not sending people off the jumps yet.
All right, and our competitors are on course. Geneva on the blue course, Danners on the red course. A quick announcement, any U12s that are around, the jump complex is not open yet. Nobody in the jump complex. We'll let you know when that's open around 11 o'clock. Freya Carmichael and Finley Shearer, our next pair, just left the start. Through the finish, we had Geneva with a 20.86 and Danners with a 19.73, fastest time so far. Here comes Freya and Finley, and they are through the finish. Sadie Hemley and Smith Stern are on course. Reed Rentschler and Jane Dunford will be our next pair.
17.
And through the finish they come.
Okay, hang on. Let me, don't.
Catch you up on some times. Freya on the blue course, you had a 22.21.
All right, 17
Finley
and
on the
18
red
on the
course, you had a 23.36. Sadie just finished on blue with a 19.28. And Smith just finished with an 18.89. Those are both the fastest times so far
I
on
don't
each
have a
course.
start for 17.
All right, Reed and Natalie now on course.
Nope. Nope. Well,
So
I didn't get a
Reed
start.
on the blue
Start
course.
for 17 over here.
I did.
17 on that.
We're going to have
But marker finish.
across the
21
line
now.
comes
All right, who do you
Reed
have
and
now?
Natalie. Natalie, we'll have your
20.
time momentarily. Reed, your time was 21.94.
No, we'll just do it manually. You have 19 in red and 20 in blue.
Down on the blue course, Jane Dunford on the red course.
Yep. That worked. All right, hang on, just give me 1 second.
Will be our next pair. Again,
17.
give us just a moment for that time for bib number 17.
Yeah.
And our next pair is on course. Liddy on the blue course, Jane on red. Millie Erbely will be following, and Nicole LaBelle. So Millie will be next on blue, and Nicole will be next on red. Here comes Liddy and Jane to the finish.
21, 22.
And across they come.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Liddy with a time of 22.11 on the blue course. Jane with a 20.60 on the red course. Millie Erbely and Nicole LaBelle now on course. Millie's on blue, Nicole on red. Annie Waugh and Grace Mara will be our next pair to go up top. Good looking skiing from these two racers as they make their way to the finish line. Into their tucks they
You
come.
have 23 and 24, right?
And across, it's Millie on the red course with a time of 20.53, and Nicole on the blue course with a 21.87. Annie Waugh from Vale on the blue course,
Okay,
Grace
go.
Mara from Steamboat on the red course. Our next pair, here they come. They'll be followed by Kaya Martinez and Kitson Brown.
25 and 26.
Neck and neck, these two girls. Annie on the blue course, Grace on the red course. It's Vale versus Steamboat. This is a good pairing right here. Into their tuck they come. It's going to be a great finish and across the line.
Go ahead. You can just go. Kevin,
It's-
just go.
Annie Waugh with a 19.51. That's second fastest on the blue side. Grace Mara, 19.59. Second fastest
Copy
on
your call.
the red. Really good race right there. Just 0.08 of a second separating those two. It's Kaya Martinez on the blue course. Kitson Brown on the red course.
Copy.
They're followed by Ellie Fuller and Ava Strode. And Ava and Ellie already heading down to us. They got to slow it down a bit. That's too fast. All right, they're coming down rapid fire here on us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to catch up.
John, the time for 17 was 20.13.
All right, right now this is Hazel Johnson, Harper Jorbo. What was that?
20.13 for 17.
The time for bib 17 was 20.13. We're going to catch up on some numbers here. We've got Alexandra Tenno and Matilda Lim in the start. Kaya Martinez had a 19.83. Kitson Brown had a 20.53. As Alexa and Matilda make it on course. Ava, you had a 20.02. Ellie, you had a 20.24. Hazel, you had a 23.04, and Matilda, you had a 17.64. Right now, it's Alexandra and Matilda just threw. Ashton Lamb is on course, and Ella Spraycar. Ashton on blue, Ella on red. Alexandra, you finished with a time of 18.51. Matilda, you finished with a time of 17.64. Alexandra Zatseva and Isla Erickson are on course right now, making their way toward us. Ashton finished with a 19.84, and Ella finished with a 19.97. Alexandra just through the finish. Alexandra, your time the fastest yet on that blue side, 18.47. Isla on the red course, you had a 20.29. All girls back to the start. All girls back to the start for your next run. Your next run is starting right after this next two pairs. So all girls back to the PAMA, back to the start.
Okay, do you have 37, 38? Okay. Yeah.
All right, we've got bib 37, Sophie Swanson on the red course, and bib 38, Evelyn Clark on the blue course. Here they come. This is our last pair for the first run. All girls back to the top. Bibs 1 and 2 are in the start gate next for your second run. Here comes Evelyn and Sophie. A good-looking race with Sophie with a bit of a lead there on the red side. She's going to cross with a time of 17.36. That's the fastest time so far on the red course. Evelyn on the blue course, you had an 18.17. That's the fastest time of the day on blue. Nice job.
Finish line. Make sure she knows she has to cross that red line at the bottom. Yeah.
So all girls back to the start. You're going to run your same competitor on the opposite course. So you should be up at the start right now. All girls to the start for your next run, starting right now. Bibs 1 and 2 should be up next. All girls to the start right away. right, we're going to get underway here on the second run. We'll be a little bit out of order, and not all our competitors got up there. So we're going to start with our first pair of 5 and
3 and 4.
3 and 4. It sounds like in the start.
Wait, 3 on blue, 4 on red.
So that's Pippa McGlincy and Avery Wallen.
All right, on your call. Yep.
Avery will be on the blue course, and Pippa will be on the red this time. And here they come.
Now
We're underway with run number 2. So the boys will follow the girls after this run.
Okay.
So girls get a bit of a break. After this run, the boys should be heading up to the start just to make sure we get this right for the next time around. Through the finish they come.
Okay.
And our next, Avery, you had a time of 21.35. Pippa, you had a time of 19.52. Here comes Freya Storhog and Arden Moss. Arden's on the red course. Freya's on the blue course. Ferris Talamka and Ashley Gibb will be our next pair out of the start. Here comes Arden and Freya. And across they come. Freya, you had a time of 21.98. And Arden, you had a time of 21.40.
9 and 10, got it.
Ferris Talamka on the blue course, Ashley Gibb on the red course. They'll be followed by McGee McInerney and Iris Stoller. Ferris right now on the blue side, just behind Ashley on the red. A good looking finish. They come across. And it's a time on the blue course for Ferris of 22.50. On the red course for Ashley, 21.73. McGee McInerney on the blue course. Iris Stoller on the red course. This is a good close duel. 2 Steamboat girls going head to head, and here they come. And across the line they come. And it's going to be McGee with a 21.61 and Iris with a 21.76. Madeline Bryant and Huntley Farrington, our next pair on course. That's bib 1 and 2. They're back up there. Madeline's on the blue course and Huntley is on the red course. Here they come.
Yes, I am.
Madeline from Cloud City, Huntley from Aspen. Good close race for these two girls. They make their way toward the finish. And across they come. Our next pair is on course up above. It's Danners Peterson on blue, Geneva Harney on red. They'll be followed by Finley Shear and Freya Carmichael. Through the finish, that was Madeline with a 24.37.
15 on blue, 16 on red.
And up above her, Madeline, you had a 24.37. Huntley, you had a 24.03. Our next pair on course, it's Smith Stern on blue, Sadie Hemley on red. Through the finish, that was Finley with a 21.50 and Freya with a 21.55. How's that for a close duel? This is another good one right here as those girls cross the finish. Our next pair in the start, Natalie and Reed.
17, 18.
Through the finish, that was Smith on the blue course with a 19.47. Sadie on the red course with a 19.50. Just 0.03 of a second, the difference. Natalie's on the blue. Reed is on the red. Winter Park on blue. Team Breckenridge on red as they make their way down the course right now. Our next pair will be Jane Dunford and Liddy Down.
Start. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. 21.
All right, our next pair, Jane Dunford and Liddy Down. Jane's on blue, Liddy's on red. Across the finish, that was Natalie with a 20.36. Reed, you had a 21.46.
Send them.
All right, our next pair, Nicole LaBelle and Millie Herbley. Nicole's on blue, Millie's on red. They'll be followed by Grace Mara and Annie Waugh. Oh, a little bit low is Millie, but she makes a nice recovery. Nicole goes flying by down there at the bottom. Grace Mara on the blue course up above and Annie Waugh on the red. Through the finish, that was Nicole with a 20.31. and Millie with a 21.14. Oh, and down on the red course, Annie Waugh.
Racer down on 24.
Tough break for Annie, but in this non-elimination format, it's okay for our competitors.
We might have an injury. We might need to send someone down.
If they have a DNF, they do get a time adjustment to their first run that makes up their second run time. So hopefully Annie's okay.
Do you want
Get
her-
back in there.
Do you want her
Should
as
be
a
all right.
DNF or a DSQ?
Oh, she's DNF. Grace, you finished on the blue course with a 19.78. All right, good to see Annie up and walking off to the side there. Those girls were really getting after it, racing hard.
Okay, looks like we are clear on the course.
Our next pair will be
Crowd is clear.
Kitson Brown
Ready to
and
resume.
Kaya Martinez.
We have
Kitson
25
on the blue
26
course.
on red.
Kaya will be on the red course.
On your call, yep.
Here they come, Kitson from Team Summit on blue, Kaya from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale on red. They'll be followed by Ellie Fuller and Ava Strout.
27, 28.
26 is ski pole isn't in the way somewhere, is it?
Good looking racing there as the competitors cross the finish.
Okay, thank you.
Ellie Fuller, Ava Strout now on
Yeah,
course.
keep it up here.
Harper Jarbo and Hazel Johnson will be our next pair. This is a good close duel right here between Ellie and Ava. Through the finish, that was Kitson with a 20.33 and Kaya with a 19.97. Through the finish now, that was Ellie on the blue with a 20.68. Ava on the red with a 20.08. Harper on blue. Winter Park versus Steamboat, our next pairing. Here they come. They'll be followed by Matilda Lim and Alexandra Tenno. Nice job, girls, across the finish.
33, 34.
Matilda and Alexandra now on course. Matilda on blue, Alexandra on red. Ella Spraycar and Ashton Lamb, our next pair. Through the finish. That was a good close finish right there. Let's catch you up on some times. Harper, you had a 21.60, and Hazel, you had a 22.48. As Ella on the blue course, Ashton on the red course make their way towards the finish. Isla Erickson and Alexandra Zatzeva just left the start.
38. Copy.
Through the finish just a bit ago, Matilda on the blue course had an 18.20, while Alexandra had a 19. Can you move your cursor, please?
Yes. Sorry. Wait.
Erickson Zatzeva through. And our final girl pairing is on course, it appears. That should be Sophie Swanson, Evelyn Clark. I'll try to do a little bit of catch up here with our finish results as they send them down rapid fire. All boys should be to the start. The boys' first run is beginning in just a minute or two. All boys to the start.
Kevin.
All right, through the finish, we'll catch you up on some times. Ella Spraycar. Ella, you had a time of 20.42. Ashton, you had a time of 20.83. Then the next pair, Isla, you had a 21.42. And Alexandra, you had an 18.55. And then our final pairing, Sophie, you had a 17.62, and Evelyn, you had an 18.02. Great job, girls. We're going to work and reorder
Hey, Kev,
our
I need to
girls'
send a
start
file,
for
so
runs
I
3
can't
and
start
4. So we'll have a short break
Kevin,
here while we send a
Hear
file.
me? I can't start
And
yet.
then
I
we
need
will
to send
send
files.
our U10 boys for their first run.
All right, I'm gonna send the file, John. Are you okay?
Yes. All right, we're getting ready for the boys.
Can you give me two?
Our
start
first pair will be
tests on
Miles
this?
Beck and Jude Pendleton.
Yep. Yep. Copy. Finish. Can I get a walkthrough, please, of red and blue?
Hello up there.
Hello.
Hey, is Ella's dad up there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, he's down here with the boys.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Hey, no problem.
You can go on down. If you, go ahead. I did get the red. Go ahead through blue. Awesome. Thank you. Kevin, do you have? Kevin, do you have forerunners? So you're gonna have 41 in red.
All right, the competitors are lined up. Kick off the boys U10 duel.
I don't
Miles
need you to write
Beck
those.
on red, Jude
No.
Pendleton on blue.
There's no 41. He's not here.
Oh, sounds like Miles is not here, so
So Kevin, is
Jude will be running solo.
Hey Paul, she can come up here if she wants. Does she want to come up here? to know your place.
She said it's really cold.
Okay, only 42 on this. I am. So 41 is not here at all. He's just not in Steamboat. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so go. Yep. 42 solo on blue.
All right, so it's going to be Jude Pendleton on the blue course, Ghost Racer on the red. Our next pair.
To start, we are ready to proceed with the boys. On the first pairing, will be running blue course only. 42 is on blue, 41 will not start.
All right, Jude Pendleton is on the blue course, Ghost Racer on the red course. Jude from Steamboat. Ghost Racer, a local here at Howelsen Hill, and Jude is looking fast here into the midsection of the course. Ghost Racer about a gate behind as Jude flying towards the finish. And Jude skiing across the line. Jude's got the fastest time so far on the blue for the boys, 23.19.
Happy 43, 44.
All right, our next pair, Emily Vargas
I
Miller
didn't get a start for red.
and
I did not
Austin
get a
Gibb.
start for red. I'm gonna need this times for 17. Just when you get a chance.
This is a good duel right here as they approach the finish. Austin, Emil, very close, and across the finish they come. Emil, you had a time of 19.36. And on the red side, Austin, head on the
Give
pump.
me a start. Yeah, that was fine.
Okay,
I
we
did not
need
get my start.
to send a rerun for
I
43.
can just do it, Matt.
Oh, we did get it on the. We have it. We
I
don't.
have it on the backup, I think. Did you get a start? Wait, hang on, Kevin. Did you
Okay.
get a start for 43 on backup?
Yep.
And finish?
Yep.
Okay, what are this? Give me the finish time first.
For 43.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have a time for Austin here momentarily
39:18.2301.
No, I'm not.
as our next pair gets ready to go up top.
38:57.
It'll be Lucas Major on the red course and Cody Manley on the blue course.
$20.75, John.
20.75 the time for Austin Gibb on that last run.
Okay, Kevin. 45, 46. Yeah, 45 and 46. Yeah.
Up in the start right now, Cody Manley on blue, Lucas Major on red. They're out of the start. Here they come. They'll be followed by Soren Grisham and James Gorsuch. Right now it's Lucas with about a half gate lead onto the lower part of the course. Cody getting a little bit wild and low on that blue course as they come across the finish.
49.50.
Our next pair, Soren Grisham, James Gorsuch on course. They'll be followed by Rooney Macon and Noah Morty. Cody, you finished with a 22.54. Lucas, you had a 22.05. All right, our next pair is on course up top. That's Rooney Macon and Noah Morty. Through the finish, that was Soren with a time of 21.67. James with a time of 21.51. Rooney and Nora, good duel, making their way towards the finish. Griffith and Crosby will be our next pair out of the start. Through the finish, that was Rooney on the blue course with a 21.01. Noah on the red course with a 22.46. Griffith Surbrier on the blue course. Crosby Chimarakis on the red course. Two Aspen racers going head to head in our next pair. Here they come, Griffith on the blue course, Crosby on the red course. Two Aspen racers, a little grudge match here between two teammates. As they make their way down the course, they'll be followed by Owen Short and Calvin Bahashi.
53-54.
Here come Griffith and Crosby. What a finish, photo finish. Crosby raising his hands up in the air. That was a good one as Owen Short and Calvin Bahashi follow them. In the start, Robert Kawamura and Borden Goff. And through the finish, that was Griffith with a 20.82 and Crosby with a 20.03. Here come Owen and Calvin towards the finish, and they are across. Our next pair, Robert and Bowden, on course above. Robert's on blue, Bowden's on red. Through the finish, that was Owen with a 19.36. Calvin, you had an 18.92. Robert Kawamura from Vail and Bowden Groff also from Vail, side by side, a close finish as they make their way to the line. What a great race. Leaving the start, Jack Macon and Solomon Stubbs. They'll be followed by Parker Wilson and Luke Danzer. Robert, you had a time of 21.77. Bowden, you had a time of 20.71. A reminder to our boy racers, as soon as you're finished with your run, head back up to the top and you will go on the opposite course as soon as the last racer is down. So we're hoping for no break in between, right back up there. Some trouble up top for Parker Wilson on the blue course. Luke Danzer on the red course, dancing through the turns on the lower section. Jack, you just had a time of 22.54. And Solomon, you had a time of 21.85. Luke across the finish on the blue course with a 20.40. Parker, nice job, buddy. Parker's through the finish with a 28.95. Our next pair on course, this is Christopher Roeder and Liam Tennis. Christopher from Aspen, Liam from Vail. Liam's on the red, Christopher's on the blue. They'll be followed by Declan Short and Benedict Ulmer.
42. But you can't, they're both on the same course. Yes.
All right, through the finish, that was Christopher Roeder with an 18.67. Liam Tanis with a 19.36.
Hey, Kevin. My primary blue start can is making a bunch of noise.
We've got Declan Short running on the red course. Ghost Racer on the blue. Declan with the gate lead. He's into his tuck. Ghost Racer can't keep up on blue. Declan's going to take the win on that pair as he crosses the line. Peyton Smith and Rowan Hamilton, our next pair. Declan, you had a time of 18 flat. Smoking fast. Fastest run of the day so far on that red course. Peyton Smith on the blue course. Rowan Hamilton on the red. Peyton quickly through. As Rhodes Robert and Carl Henry come at us, that was Peyton with a time of 17.95, the fastest of the day on the blue course. Rowan Hamilton with a 24.01 on the red. Rhodes Roberts, Carl Henry, two Steamboat racers head to head here. Oh, and down goes Henry.
Down. Kevin.
Rhodes Roberts finishes on the blue course, 20.74 the time for Rhodes. But Carl with a big crash up there. Carl, go get your next run through the finish, buddy. And you'll be in good shape here in this non-elimination format.
Yes, what? Yes, you're.
Our next pair, Grant Coates and Wallace Gorsuch. Two Aspen racers going head to head. A reminder for our spectators out there, if a racer does crash on one run, but they finish the other run, then we give them a time on the run that they crashed that's equal to the time they got on the other course plus 2 seconds. So it's a penalty, but with 4 runs, it's a penalty that can be overtaken. We've seen racers make up that 2-second penalty and finish on the podium at this event before. All right, Wallace Gorsuch on the blue course, Grant Coates on the red course. They'll be followed by Jack Kofoid and Thomas Ordonez. Through the finish come Wallace and Grant. Out of the start, it's Jack and Thomas. Jack's on blue, Thomas is on red. Thomas from Santa Fe, Jack from Aspen. Catch up on some times as Matthew LaBelle and Lachlan Dunlop get ready to go up top. That Wallace, you finished with a time of 19.14. Grant, you had an 18.65. Jack, you had an 18.82. Thomas, you had a 20.13. Matthew LaBelle from Team Summit is in the start on the blue course. Lachlan Dunlop from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail.
On blue.
Oh, sounds like we don't have Lachlan.
Me, red on start, 74, running solo.
So it'll be Matthew LaBelle on the blue course from Team Summit, Ghost Racer on the red course. Team Summit Racer on that blue side halfway down. He's got a good lead on Ghost Racer. On the red course as Graham Rowland and Hanson Shepard get ready to go up top. Here comes Matthew LaBelle. He beats Ghost Racer on that run. Matthew, your time, 22.76.
75.
Hanson Shepard and Graham Rowland should be our next pair.
I'm going to tell you who I want where.
All right, here they come. Graham Rowland on blue. Hanson Shepard on red. Hanson from Steamboat. Graham from Aspen. Hanson with a little bit of a lead. Halfway down. Oh, getting wide is Graham, and down he goes.
Yes.
Graham Rowland. Oh, and down goes Hanson near the bottom.
Okay.
Graham got back on his feet.
Wait, I got a racer.
He's
down
going to
at the-
cross
at the
with a
finish
time
line.
of
He's not up, so let's make sure he's
25.71.
okay.
But Hanson right before the finish. Tough break for Hanson.
No. Yeah, the kid is still down. He's out of the race area. But let's just, yeah,
Don't send him till he's out of there.
yeah. Yep, I understand. Let's just get him a little out of that way.
All right, good to see Hanson up on his feet.
Kevin. 77, 78, correct?
Our next pair up there, James Ordonez on the blue course. Luca Marolda on the red course. Tough break for Hanson, but in this non-elimination format, he's feeling up to it. Get back up there. He can still have a good result. Here comes James on blue, Luca on red. They'll be followed by Sydney Wall and Aiden Schmidt. Skiing fast on that red course. James just behind into his tuck, and they cross the line. Sydney Wall, Aiden Schmidt have left the start. That was James with a time of 22.33. Luca with a time of 22.21. Tucker Littlepage and Callum Murchison, our next pair up top. They have left the start. Through the finish, That was Sydney and Aiden. Sydney, you had a 19.05. Aiden, you had an 18.17. Already to the bottom, this is Callum Murchison and Tucker Littlepage. Adam Wilson, Noah Marshall getting ready to go up top.
Okay, we don't have a bid 84, so this is 80. The next one is 83, 85. There's 83 and 85.
Adam Wilson on the blue course right now. Noah Marshall on the red. Through the finish, Tucker, you had a 20.05. Callum, you had an 18.91.
Yeah, so 86. Now we're switching evens and odds.
All right, Owen Holmes on the blue course. Grayson Smith on the red course up top. Through the finish, that was Adam Wilson with a 19.82. Noah Marshall with an 18.38. Owen's on the blue. Grayson's on the red. This is a good duel. Oh, Owen getting a little bit sideways there allows Grayson to move through the finish first. Axel Locker on the blue course. Maximilian Woodrow on the red. Our next pair as Owen crossed with a 19.58. Grayson with an 18.78. Fast pair just through the finish. Hudson Fry, Lincoln Hamilton are on course up above. In the start, Asher Groman, Stein, Williams. But Axel Locker finished with a 17 flat, fastest time of the day on the blue course. Maximilian Woodrow on the red with a 18.67. Asher Groman next on blue, and Stein Williams next on red. Through the finish, Hudson Fry, you had a 18.98. Lincoln, you had an 18.67.
Kevin, you have 92 in red and 93 in blue.
Reminder to the male athletes, back around to the start. You will run your second run right away on the opposite course from which you just ran, and in the same order. We need all of our boys back around to the start. You'll run right after this last pairing, which is coming up soon. As Asher Grome and Stein Williams get ready to go next.
Go ahead.
All right, sounds like Asher's ready on that blue course. Asher's from Team Summit. Stein ready on the red course. He's from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. They'll be followed by Dustin Ward and Roman Shamshuren. Groman on that blue course with a slight advantage over Williams on red. This is a good duel. Two fast boys coming to the finish right now. Across the line they come. Our next pair, Dustin Ward on blue, Roman Shamshuren on red, two Vail racers just leaving the start. Through the finish, that was Asher with a time of 17.83 and Stein with a time of 18.88. Holt Tankersley and Dane Fisher are in the start. Dustin Ward and Roman Shamshuren making their way towards the finish. Dane and Holt, two Winter Park racers going neck and neck here. This is a good duel. Felix Locker, Blaze Underhill will be the next pair out of the start. I'll get you some times here in just a minute. As our last pair gets ready to go up there, it's Felix Locker on the blue course and Blaze Underhill on the red course.
Okay.
Let's ski these boys through. This is the last pairing here of the first run. We'll start that second run right away for the boys. So back up to the top as Felix and Blaze finish. Let's catch you up on some times. Dustin from Vail, you had a 17.23. And Roman from Vail, you had a 21.48. Then our next pair, the Winter Park pair, Dane, you had a 17.24. And Holt, you had an 18.00. Then our final pair, Felix from Aspen, you had the fastest time of the day on the blue course with a 16.07. Blaze on the blue course, 16.97. That's the fastest time on red.
Yep. So you're sending 42 on red. Red course. Okay, and are you ready to send him?
All right, our next pair is at the start. Again, boys, right back to the top. We're starting the second run.
You are? Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. 42 running solo on red. I'll be right back.
Sounds like we're wrangling the racers up top. We'll be underway here in just a minute with run number 2 for the boys. Girls, this is a 15-minute call to your start for the second run. Girls' second run start at 11:15. .42 on the red course will be our next competitor.
Communication via just hand signals.
Evan? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had connection. You have 42 in red, right? Alright. Are you ready, John?
Our second run for the boys
We're ready
begin.
to proceed with the
Jude
second run of the
Pendleton
boys.
on the red
U10.
course,
We are
Ghost
having
Racer
42
on the
running
blue.
solo on the red course.
Jude with a good run on the first run on the blue side. He beat Ghost Racer by about a gate and a half. So let's see if Ghost Racer can pick up the speed on this one, but Jude's pretty fast. It's going to be a tough hill to climb for Ghost Racer there on the blue course. Jude looking really good on the red course. The Steamboat Racer making his way towards the finish. Ghost Racer trying to keep up on the blue side, but he can't do it. Jude too fast on the red side. Here comes Jude to the finish line, taking that low line. Lots of speed across the finish. Jude, your time is 23.35. Our next pair now coming at us. This is Emil Vargas Miller on the red, Austin Gibb on the blue.
This little kid is fast.
Lucas Major, Cody
I did not.
Manley will be our next pair. Here they come to the finish line, both reaching across, reaching for that one, breaking the eye. Lucas Major, Cody Manley just left the start. They'll be followed by James Gorsuch and Soren Grisham. Through the finish, that was Austin with a 21.83, Emil with a 20.25.
Thanks. You did not say it correctly the first time. That's why I'm checking. Well, do you DSQ them when they don't go around the gates?
Through the finish, that's Lucas Major, Cody Manley. Soren Grisham and James Gorsuch.
Timing copy.
Can you note that? Because that needs to go in there. Will you note that in the
Yeah.
somewhere? All right, to the finish they come.
50, yeah.
Play some catch up here. Little action here in the timing room. Noah Morty, Rooney Macon are on course. Down goes Morty on the blue course. Tough break for Noah as Rooney into his tuck on the lower section. Let's catch up on some times. Down low as Rooney from Loveland makes his way towards the finish.
And possible athlete.
Rooney through the finish. Rooney, your time 22.04. Just before Rooney on the red course, it was Soren with a 22.98. And before Soren, it was Cody on the red side with a 21.48. On the blue course, we had Lucas with a 22.29 and James with a 22.50. Noah was racing really hard up there on that blue course. Good to see Noah back up on his feet. This dual racing, a lot of fun as these competitors really put it all on the line. Got word from our airbag crew that the airbag jump is ready to go. So the airbag jump, any U12 competitors that are interested in jumping on the airbag, you can head over and do that. Jumpers, you do need to wear on the airbag, you need to have pants and a jacket, ski pants and a jacket. You cannot jump on the airbag with your speed suit. Of course, it can be under your jacket.
All right, course prepared, clear to resume. Start is clear. We have 51 blue, 52 red.
All right, our next pair getting ready to go up there. It's Crosby, Chimarakis on the blue course, Griffith, Sir Briar on the red, two Aspen racers, and here they come. Crosby on that blue course trying to keep up with Griffith on the red. Griffith looking good as he crosses the finish.
Copy, go. John, there's a couple DSQs, like kids that didn't go through the right gates. I made notes, but we're gonna DSQ them.
Jury has to DSQ him. Calvin and Owen are on course. Oh, and down goes Owen on that red course. Back up quickly, though. Through the finish, Griffith, you had a time of 19.50, and Crosby, you had a 20.42. Just leaving the start,
I didn't get a start on 57.
it's Robert
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm fine. You're fine. 57.
Kawamura and Bowden Groff.
Yeah.
Through the finish, Calvin, you had a time of 20.02. Owen, you had a time of 22.39. Solomon Stubbs has just left the start, along with Jack Macon. Through the finish, Bowden, you had a time of 21.50. Robert, you had a time of 21.42. Solomon Stubbs on blue, Jack Macon on red, currently coming at us. Luke Danzer, Parker Wilson just left the start gate up top.
61, 62.
Luke Danzer on the blue side, Parker Wilson on the red side. Solomon, you had a time of 21.33. Jack, you had a time of 22.05. Through the finish, that was Luke Danzer on the blue side with a 20.35. Parker on the red course with a 25.20. Christopher Roeder on the red, Liam Tanis on the blue course. Neck and neck, this is a good pairing right here. Oh, and Liam getting twisted, going backwards, and down he goes. They're losing a shoe. That was a really good pair. But Christopher going down on the red course with an 18.96. Liam, unfortunately, a DNF on that run. So his time for that run will be his time on the red course that he had earlier, plus 2 seconds. Looks like Liam is doing okay, so that's good news. That was an exciting crash. These racers really going for it on our dual course today. All right, our next pair is on course. Rowan Hamilton on the blue course. Peyton Smith on the red course.
Women's heat short lifts are on their way up.
Awesome, thank you.
Peyton flying across the finish. Rowan just behind there on the blue course from Loveland. As they cross the finish, it's Carl Henry and Rhodes Roberts on course. We need a finish for Carl there on that blue course. Come on, buddy. Rhodes Roberts on the red. Two Steamboat racers going head to head. Just through the finish before Rowan, you had a time of 24.48. And Peyton, you had a time of 18.46. All right, out of way. We got a finish for both. That's good news. Start gate, it's Grant Coates and Wallace Gorsuch, and they're on course now. Through the finish, Carl Henry, you had a time of 24.21. Rhodes, you had a time of 20.69. Wallace on the red side, Grant on the blue. And they cross the finish. Thomas Ordonez and Jack Kofoid, our next competitors. Grant, you had a time of 18.71. Wallace, you had a time of 19.12. Jack Kofoid's on the red course from Aspen. Thomas Ordonez from Santa Fe on the blue. Here they come to the finish line, reaching across.
Okay, 64 on blue and 74 in red.
We've got Declan Short on the blue course and Matthew LaBelle on the red course this run, ladies and gentlemen. They are off and running. Through the finish, that was Thomas with a time of 23.31. Jack, you had a time of
Kevin, do we have a
19.48.
starter for the speed trap that you know of? No issue. You guys have to figure it out. Copy.
And through the finish, Declan, you had a time of 18.31. And Matthew, you had a time of 22.41. Here comes Hanson Shepard and Graham Rowland, our next pair.
77 and 78.
Hanson's on the blue course. Graham is on the red. This is a good duel, neck and neck. Hanson with a bit of a lead on that blue course. Watch all the way through the finish with these boys. Good to see them both put down a clean run. Well done. Hanson on the blue course with an 18.97. And Graham on the red course with a 20.14. Next up, it's Luca Marolda on the blue course. James
Yes.
on the red.
Did you copy my copy?
And another good duel right here. James early into his tuck, and down he goes on the red course. Back up quickly, though, as Luca Marolda will cross first on the blue side. Aiden Schmidt and Sydney Wall, our next pair, on course up top. Through the finish, Luca, you had a time of 21.74. James, you had a 25.50. That was a fast duel right there. Through the finish, they come as Tucker Littlepage and Callum Murchison, making their way down the course right now. Callum's on the blue course, Tucker's on the red. Noah Marshall, Adam Wilson will be our next pair out of the start. Through the finish, some times for everybody. Aiden, you had an 18.63, while Sydney, you had an 18.25. Tucker, you had a 20.00, and Callum, you had a 19.88. Here comes Noah Marshall on the blue course, Adam Wilson on the red course. Grayson Smith, Owen Holmes will be the next pair to go. Through the finish they come. It's Noah Marshall on the blue side with an 18.65. Adam Wilson on the red side with a 19.44. Grayson Smith will be next on blue. He's from Steamboat. Owen Holmes on red. He's from Vail.
86 on blue, 87 on red. Yes.
Here they come. Grayson on the blue course, Owen on the red course. They'll be followed by Maximilian Woodrow and Axel Locker. Oh boy, on that red course, Owen Holmes. Having some trouble. Few optional gates there.
8-7 will be the DQ on that run.
So disqualification on the red side. On the blue side, Grayson with a time of 19.78. For Owen, you're still in the mix though, buddy. Because you had a good first run. So that's going to help you as Axel Locker on the red course goes backwards and out for Axel Maximilian Woodrow. On the blue course, looks like he'll finish clean, but Axel really getting after it. But Axel will not finish. Tough break for Axel. Maximilian, your time was 21.23. Again, if the racers had a good run in the heat and they go out on the other run, they get a time for the run they went out on. That's a 2-second penalty added on to the time that they finished. So still a chance for the racers, but they'll have work to do. Lincoln Hamilton now on the blue course, Hudson Fry on the red course, Stein Williams, Asher Groman getting ready to go up top through the finish. That was Lincoln on the blue with a 19.57. Hudson on the red with an 18.83. Stein on blue. Asher on red. They'll be followed by Roman Shamshern and Dustin Ward. Asher flying on that red course. And Stein will be a DNF on the blue side. Roman and Dustin on course right now. And off course is Roman. Dustin will cross on the red side.
9-4 will not finish.
Roman with some above. Tough break there for Roman. Dane Fisher, Holt Tankersley, our next pair on course. Lincoln Hamilton at a time of 19.57. Dustin Ward at a time of 17.71. Here comes Dane on the red course, Holt on the blue. Two Winter Park racers flying through the finish. And across with a time of 18.11 for Holt. 17.82 for Dane. Now our final pair for the boys. It's Felix Locker and Blaze Underhill. Felix on red, Blaze on blue. Two both set the fastest times of their run in the first time round.
So, Kevin?
Let's see if they'll do it again here. Maybe get paired up again in our final pairings, final heat coming up. Blaze on the blue course with a 17.36. Felix on the red course with a 16.23. So that wraps up the boys' race. We're going to switch over to girls, have just a few minutes. The new start lists have been sent up to the top. So all of our girls racers should be to the start. Boys, you will start at 11:45. So boys, you've got about a half hour right now. Boys start will be at 11:45.
Finish, can you reiterate your DSQs, please? Wait, is this U10s now?
There will be 4 runs. All 4 runs combined will be the final result. The girls have been paired now with the racer closest to their time in the standings after 2 runs. So we'll see some new pairings. Maybe some will be the same. Just depends how the results played out. So all girls should be at the start right now as we get ready for run 3.
Do you have a start list, John? A new start list, or are we doing it in the same order? I'm sorry, I don't have a new
Just a couple minutes away. We're getting the.
I don't have, wait, hang on.
She's bringing them.
Okay, so Kevin, my start order is
Getting
not
the
correct.
racers lined up top, so we're
I
getting
only
ready.
have it by the old start order, so every time you're gonna need to make sure I have the right people.
Be underway
in
here
place.
for the girls in just a minute.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, so.
That'll delay our
we're
men's
gonna
start by
have
15
no
minutes.
forerunners again?
So the men's next heat
I don't need them, it's fine.
will be delayed by
Okay, so.
about 10 minutes.
What do you got now?
So we run our girls, we're gonna run our girls through, they'll get their first run, then just like the last time, they'll go right back around. Hopefully they've got it figured out now. Go right back around and race again on the other side.
Yeah.
So as we said, our pairs will be in the
So you're gonna just. the top
racing
one,
against the competitor closest to their time.
and then we'll see.
All 4 runs together combined count for the results today.
This is the start. We are ready to proceed with the second.
Our first pair will be Madeline Bryant and Huntley Farrington. They've already raced each other. They liked it so much, they're going to do it again.
TD clear. Start is clear. We have the 2 on red, 1 on blue.
So it'll be Huntley on the red course this time to start things off, Madeline on the blue course. They'll be followed by Hazel Johnson and Finley Shear. Here come Madeline and Huntley, our first pair in the second heat of the non-elimination duals format. Huntley from Aspen, Madeline from Cloud City. Expect some good races here, folks, as everybody is paired up with the racer closest to them in the standings. Finley and Hazel just left the start. Here come Madeline and Huntley through the finish.
7 on red. 9 on.
As Finley on the blue course, Hazel on the red course now. Those are 2 Steamboat racers. Madeline, your time was 24.58. Huntley, your time was 24.03. All right, our next pair, Ferris Talamka and McGee McInerney up there on the course in the start. Danners Peterson next pair up in the start, Freya Stornag and Freya Carmichael. McInerney, Ferris Talamka approaching the finish. It's going to be tough up here, folks. Bear with me. As Freya on course up above. Through the finish, Finley, you had a time of 21.66. Hazel, you had a time of 21.71. McGee, you had a time of 21.83. Ferris, you had a time of 21.63. All these great duels, so exciting. Iris Stoller and Harper Jarby, our next pair up there. Harper on the red course, Iris on the blue.
8 red. 18 red. 8.
Freya Carmichael on the blue course, you had a 22.18. Freya Storhag, you had a time of 21.58. Here comes Harper on red, Iris on blue. And they are across. With the time, Iris on the blue course, you had a 21.93. Harper, you had a 20.82. Next pair in the start.
18 on red, 8 on blue.
Is Reed Rentschaller on the red course and Ashley Gibb on the blue course. All 4 runs count for the final result here as these racers having some exciting side-by-side dual racing action. Here comes Ashley. Here comes Reed. Ashley on the blue course, Reed on the red. Just behind them will be Liddy Down and Arden DeMoss.
20 on red, 6 on blue.
Ashley from Winter Park on the blue side. Reed from Breckenridge on the red side. Here they come to the finish. And across they go. Arden DeMoss and Liddy Down now on course up above. Arden on blue, Liddy on red. Through the finish, Ashley, you had a 21.69. And Reed, you had a 23.27. Arden from Steamboat on the blue course. Liddy from Aspen on the red course. Nicole LaBelle and Avery Wallen, our next pair. Avery's on the red side and Nicole's on the blue side. This is a good neck-and-neck duel. Arden had a 22.74, and Liddy had a time of 25.90. Speed trap is open. U12 speed trap is open. If you want to get to the speed trap on the HS 100 jump, you ride up the Palma and you get off to the right at second exit. Bring your long skis for that one. We've got a radar gun tell you how fast you went. Millie Erbely and Isla Erickson are on course right now. They'll be followed by Annie Waugh and Ellie Fuller. Through the finish comes Isla and Millie. And up on some times as Annie and Ellie get ready to go up top.
24:27.
The time for Avery was 20.69 on the red course. Nicole had a 20.07 on blue. Millie had a 22.17 on blue. And Isla had a time of 20.93 on red. This is Ellie Fuller on the blue course. Annie Waugh on the red. Here they come to the finish up top. It's Jane Dunford and Kitson Brown.
12 red, 34 blue.
Through the finish, Annie, you had a time of 19.89. Ellie, you had a 20.64. Great finish right there as Kitson Brown crosses with a 20.40. Jane, you had a 20.20. Geneva Harney on the red course. Ashton Lamb on the blue course. They'll be followed by Natalie O'Connor and Ella Spraycar. Ashton from Steamboat on blue. Geneva from Summit on red. And Ashton crossing first. Geneva just behind.
17 red, 33 blue.
Time for Ashton was 20.28. Geneva, you were just behind in 20.46. That was a great race, less than 0.2 of a second. Ella Spraycar from Steamboat on blue. Natalie O'Connor from Winter Park on red. They'll be followed by Pippa McGlincy and Ava Strout. All right, here they come across the line. Out of the start, it's Pippa and Ava. Pippa's on red, Ava's on blue. Through the finish, that was Ella on the blue course with a time of 20.54. Natalie, you had a time of 20.22. Grace Mara and Kaya Martinez just left the start. Through the finish,
11 red, 16 blue.
Pippa, you had a 20.28, and Ava, you had a 20.98. Here come Grace and Kaya. Grace on the blue, Kaya on the red. Close finish right there as Sadie Helmley and Danners Peterson make their way on course up top. Through the finish, that was Grace with a 19.79 and Kaya with a 19.07. Sadie Helmley from Summit, Danners Peterson from Eldora through the finish. And Alexandra Tenno and Smith Stern, our next pair.
36 red, 38 blue.
Down to the lower section they come. This is a great duel, neck and neck to the finish line. They cross. Alexandra with a 20.22, Smith with a time of 19.29. Evelyn Clark and Alexandra Zatzeva are currently on course. Through the finish, Danners Peterson had a 19.31 and Sadie Helmley had a time of 20.09. Evelyn Clark had a time of 18.81. Alexandra Zatzeva had an 18.50. Matilda Lim on red, Sophie Swanson on blue. Another good duel here. Cheer 'em on. Vale and Winter Park neck and neck to the finish line they come. Matilda, you had a 18.24, and Sophie, you had a 17.83. So back to the top. We're ready for our next pairing up top. The girls are flipped around and our fourth and final run for the U10 girls in the start. So again, all U10 girls back to the start. Switch courses and go again. U12s down in finish area. If you want to hit the speed trap, it is open right up the Palma to the second exit. Get off to the right, and you can meet our starter at the top of that HS 100 in-run. Let's see how fast you can go down that in-run in your tuck. We've seen skiers going up to 60 miles an hour down that outrun. We've got our radar gun out there, so if you've got your long skis or whatever skis you have, head over to that
Yep, we're ready.
outrun for the 100.
We're
The
ready.
Nordic jumps are not open yet.
Two
They'll
is
be
gonna in
open
blue
at
and
noon.
1 in red.
Let's get some
Okay, I
fast
just wanna make
skiers
sure
going
2
down
in
that
blue and
outrun
1 in
on the
red,
100. Huntley, Farrington, Madeline, Bryant getting ready to go up top here for their final runs. All 4 runs count, makes for some exciting results at the end.
Loading in the first pairing, we are ready to proceed with run 2 of the girls U10.
Kevin,
So reminder for the boys,
2 in blue and 1 in red.
time
correct?
for you to start heading up to the start as the boys race will follow
Okay.
the last girls runner. Should take us about 10 minutes to get through this girls' final run. Boys will follow just behind. Got a big lineup of U12s over there on the airbag in the jump complex. That looks great. It's a reminder that our speed trap is open as well. So if you want to do the speed trap, right up the Palma, get off to the right at second exit.
Start, first pairing,
Meet the
in
coach
gate.
at the top of that outrun. See how fast you can go. Huntley Farrington on the blue course. Madeline Bryant on the red course. Here they come. We're underway for our final run of the U10 girls duels today. What a good pairing this is. Huntley and Madeline. They've been dazzling us all day long. Racing together, probably making new friendships as well. The Cloud City racer on red, the Aspen racer on blue. What a great duel as they come to the finish. Hazel Johnson, Finley Shear just left the start, but across the finish, that's Madeline and
9
Huntley.
on red, 7 on blue.
And they cross with a time on Huntley, 24.62. Madeline, 24.40. What a great duel that was. Here comes Hazel and Finley across the line. McGee
14.
next up on course up above. They'll be followed by the 2 Freyas. McGee on the red course, Ferris on the blue course. It was Hazel crossing with a 23.01, Finley with a 23.14. All right, through the finish, our next pair up top, it's Freya Carmichael on red and Freya Stornberg on the blue. They'll be followed by Harper and Iris. Through the finish, it was Ferris with a 23.22 and McGee with a 22.39. The finish they come. Iris now on course on the red side. Harper on course on the blue side. Harper from Winter Park. Iris from Steamboat. They'll be followed by Reed and Ashley as Freya Storhag through the finish with a 22.78. Freya Carmichael had a time of 22.67.
Oh, shit. I might have lost your things, Don.
We'll have times for Harper and Iris in just a moment.
You're not going to get them until then.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Liddy. Got Reed and Ashley, our next pair.
No, we're going to 20 and 6.
Oh, we're going to jump down to Liddy,
No.
and
Wait, no.
we'll have who's in the start here for you in just a moment.
All right, 21 in red and 3 on blue.
So it's going to be Nicole
Skipping a couple
LaBelle.
pairings because the athletes aren't here. We are going with 21 on red, 3
Nicole
on
LaBelle
blue.
will run on the red course, Avery Wallen on the blue course. Let's Make sure that Liddy Down, Arden DeMoss, Ashley Gibb, and Reed Renshaller all should be at the start. If you're not at the start, head to the start as soon as you can. Avery Wallen on the blue course, Nicole LaBelle on the red course,
22 red, 35 blue.
Millie Erbley and Isla Erickson will be our next pair. Nicole LaBelle on that red course into her tuck, Avery just behind. Across the line, it's Avery with a 21.44 and Nicole with a 20.24. Isla Erickson on the
Kevin.
blue course. Millie Erbley on the red course.
Kevin.
Isla from Summit. Millie from Steamboat.
Kevin, what racers do you have? I don't know.
Through the finish, it's Millie on the red course with a time of 21.09. Isla on the blue course with a time of
24 on blue,
21.74.
27 on red. Okay, I'm good.
Ellie Fuller and Annie Waugh will be our next pair. Annie will run on the blue course. Ellie on the red, they're on course. Ellie's from Aspen. Annie is from Vale. Ooh, getting wide is Annie up on the top section for that blue side. Ellie skiing a good clean run on the red. Harper Jarbo and Jane Dunford will be our next pair. Sorry, we've got Arden DeMoss and Liddy Down getting inserted for their next run. Through the finish, that was Ellie Fuller with a 20.02, and that was Annie with a 21.27. So Arden DeMoss from Steamboat and Liddy Down from Aspen are on course. Arden on red, Liddy on blue.
Okay, now the next ones are going to be 19 and 25. 25 on red, 19 on blue.
So this is Liddy Down and Arden DeMoss. Kitson Brown and Jane Dunford will be our next pair. Through the finish, that was Liddy with a time of 22.27. Arden, you had a time of 22.50. Jane on the blue course, Kitson on the red course. This is a good tight race. Geneva Harney and Ashton Lamb up next.
I have 12 and 34.
Through the finish, Jane with a time of 21.49, Kitson with a time of 21.45. Just 0.04 of a second separating those fast racers, with Kitson getting the win by blink of an eye. Oh, Geneva having some trouble there on the blue, goes off course.
Will not finish.
Ashton Lamb, let's get her through the finish with a good clean run. Ashton, your time, 19.95 for Ashton Lamb.
Kevin,
Well
finish
done.
laps. 17 and 33.
Ella Spraycar and Natalie O'Connor on course. Natalie on the blue course, Ella on the red. Here they come across the finish. Natalie
Kevin,
crossing with a time of 20.14. Ella with a time of 21.15. Ava Strout should be our next competitor on red. Pippa McGlincy on the blue. Ava from Loveland, Pippa from Winter Park.
at 26 blue.
Here come Pippa and Ava. Across the line they come. Just leaving the start will be Grace Mara and Kaya Martinez. Grace is on red, Kaya on blue. Through the finish, Pippa, you had a time of 21.06. Ava, you had a time of 21.00. That's how we like our dual races, good and close. Kaya and Grace, this is a good one too. To the finish line they come. We've got Ashley Gibb and Reed Renstaller just leaving the start. Through the finish, that was Kaya with a 20.45 and Grace with a 19.69.
No. 11 on blue
Here comes Ashley on red, Reed on blue. Oh, as they cross the line, it's a super close one. Reed with a 21.43, Ashley with a 21.85. Next pair on course, Sadie Helmley's on the red course. Danners Peterson is on the blue.
32 on red, 15 on
They'll be followed by Smith Stern and Alexandra Tenno. Sadie on the red course, Danners on the blue. This is a good one as they make their way to the finish. Super close. They come across the line. Our next pair has left the start. That's Alexandra and Smith.
38 on red.
Just finishing, that was Danners with a 19.68 and Sadie with a 19.95. Here comes Smith and Alexandra, another good duel to the finish. Alexandra Zatzeva and Evelyn Clark on course up above. Evelyn's on red, Alexandra's on blue. Through the finish, Smith, you had a 19.89. Alexandra, you had a 20.18. Through the finish, Evelyn with a time of 18.51. Alexandra with an 18.27. Matilda Lynn and Sophie Swanson are on course right now.
There's an updated, oh no.
Swanson on the red, Lim on the blue. And they come across with a time for Matilda of
Sir, any update on the
18.81
boys' second
and
run start
Reed
list?
18.03. That wraps up our girls' race. We'll get the start list up for the boys and be underway with the boys here momentarily.
Okay, John, you're good. I'm going to close this out.
Can you get me the times for
Same for the finish, no DQ.
This is by bid
Round
number.
of one, DNF,
Yep.
number 12, correct?
10 and 29?
10 for which, blue or red?
Correct, I saw that one as well.
Copy,
Should,
thanks.
10 should be red, I think.
10 on red was 22:42.
The time for Iris Stoller was 22:42,
And who else?
29
On blue?
on the other one, yeah.
21:41.
And the time for Harper was 21:41, Harper Jarbo. Sorry we didn't have those times right away for you. So we'll be underway with the boys here momentarily once we get those start lists up. Great action out on the HS 100 outrun, some speedsters. We've got jumpers in the airbag. Lots going on. Congratulations to all the girls. We'll be underway with the boys in just a moment. All right, so our boys should be headed up to the start. All boys, U10 boys should be at the start. Start lists are arriving, and we're working to get everybody in order so we can get underway here for the final 2 runs for the U10 boys. See the U12s on the airbag on the 100 outrun with the speed trap.
How you doing?
Their speeds. So again, the U10
Right.
boys to the start.
Money for hot chocolate to someone else? 'Cause you
2 more runs for these U10 boys. Then it'll be pizza time, pizza lunch in Olympian Hall. That is for the competitors only. Competitors only for the pizza lunch in Olympian Hall. All of the registered competitors have the pizza lunch included in their entry today. The awards for the U12 race, or sorry, the awards for the U10s will be at 12:50 out on the patio in front of the lodge. 12:50 for the awards. The top 10 skiers will be awarded. And at 1 o'clock, things switch around. The U10s, or the U12s, will start their inspection, and the U10s will take over the jump hills.
All right, Kevin. I'm ready when you're ready.
We'd like to thank our gold level support partners here at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club for their support in helping us deliver these exciting events, starting with the city of Steamboat Springs. This is our home, Ski Town, USA, and home to Howelsen Hill, the oldest continually operating ski area in North America and the greatest city park in all of North America. Big thank you to the city of Steamboat Springs and the great staff here from the city of Steamboat Springs. Also, thank you to Cloud9 Integrated Systems, Colorado Event Rentals, Conroy Moving and Storage, Native Excavating, Slifer Smith and Frampton. A big thank you to Slifer Smith and Frampton for being here today. Smart Wool, Steamboat Radio, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, where we'll be tomorrow for our SkillsFest event, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Twin Enviro Apex Waste Solutions, UC Health, and SBNY. Also a big thank you today for Steamboat Mountain School in supporting our pizza lunch for the athletes today. Steamboat Mountain School, a fantastic educational partner for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. K through 12 studies here in Steamboat Springs, including boarding school for the high school ages. A great relationship with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. I'd like to thank our silver support partners, Christie Sports, CBNT Company, Nordic Excavating and the Mewborn family, Save a Tree, and JSM Builders. Thank you to our silver support partners. We're getting the guys lined up. So all U10 boys in the race should be at the start. Miles Beck, Benedict Ulmer, scheduled to be our first pair out of the gate. What do you need?
What's the program? You gave it earlier. So Kev,
Hope everybody's staying warm out there on this chilly day at Howelsen Hill. The action should be keeping everybody warm. Like the Nordic jumping in-run position there from that skier coming down the 100 outrun. Boys are pretty close to being lined up, so we're going to see some racing action here any moment. A little more traditional tuck there on the 100-meter outrun. If you come to Steamboat on Wednesday nights, we have our Steamboat Cups. There are 4 ski jumping events open to the community for free any night. So if you ever wanted to do one of those Nordic jumps, Wednesday night's the time to come. Everybody can compete on the jump hills for free in our Steamboat Cup series. Did you know the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club is the largest Nordic ski jumping program in the world, with over 100 athletes involved in the program?
To start, we have the boys ready to proceed with their second runs. Let's go ahead and get bottom up, starting with timing.
Timing is clear.
Finish is clear.
TV is clear. Our first pairing is actually a solo racer on the blue course. Good 60 on blue.
All right, we're ready to go. Our first racers are in the gate. On the blue course, we have Parker Wilson from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. On the red course, we have Ghost Racer. Here comes Parker. Parker looking strong on that red course, dicing up these turns down the Howelsen Hill slope. Parker and Ghost Racer will be followed by Carl Henry and Rowan Hamilton. Here comes Parker, Ghost Racer, well behind as Parker crosses first with a time of 25.23. Parker, our current leader in the finish.
78 red, 46.
Our next pair up top, Rowan Hamilton on the blue course, Carl Henry on the red course. James Ordonez and Cody Manley, our next pair ready to go. Rowan for Loveland, Carl for Steamboat. Into their tucks they go, and across the line they come as Cody and James leave the start. James is on red, Cody is on blue. Across the finish, Rowan had a time of 23.18. Carl had a time of 22.52.
John Nolte, we're opening the 20 and 30. If you want to make that announcement, please.
All right, next pair on course, Jude Pendleton and Noah Morty. Noah on the red course, Jude on the blue. Oh, and down goes Noah again.
We have racer down on the red course.
Noah Morty, second time he's had a big time crash.
Gate repair on that red. Looks like he broke the tip off.
Jude through the finish on the blue side, no problems for Jude. In fact, a really good time of 22.92 for Jude. Tough break for Noah. Noah, let's get you a finish on that next run, bud.
Copy. Clear.
Did that last racer
Yes,
go
he did.
4.9
Yes, he did.
PSQ?
He did. Next pair.
To proceed.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, yes. Next pair will be Graham Rowland
When I saw he
and
made all the
Matthew
gates,
LaBelle.
Red, 48 blue.
Matthew LaBelle, Graham Rowland. Graham's on red, Matthew's on blue. Soren Grisham and Roman Shamshuren, our next pair. Through the finish, it was Matthew LaBelle with a 23.00, Graham with a 20.90. Next pair is Jack Macon in red and Lucas Major in blue. The HS20 and HS30 jumps are open, the 20 and 30 meter jumps. They're on the far right side of the jump complex. To get there, ride up the magic carpet. That's for all U12 registered competitors. If you want to try the Nordic jumps, head up the magic carpet to the 20 and 30 meter jumps over there. They are now open. Lucas Major, Jack Macon making their way towards the finish. Luca Marolda and James Gorsuch have just left the start gate. Gorsuch on red, Luca on blue. Soren had a time of 21.77. Roman had a time of 22.15. Jack had a time of 23.02. And Lucas had a time of 21.69. Just through the finish, Luca had a time of 21.72. And James had a time of 22.55.
And also said that they could run over there to get to those.
Thomas Ordonez and Rooney Macon
I can't really hear the announcing.
are on course. Oh, and down goes Ordonez.
Stop.
Macon, he's been all around chaos so far today, but Rooney safely through past the carnage on that red course. Good to see Thomas on his feet. Rooney's going to cross.
Will not finish.
I had my numbers wrong. That was Robert Kawamura, I believe, crossing. Sorry about that. The time on the blue course was 22.52. Now
Jump complex is open. 20 and
we
30.
should have Rooney in the start.
Kevin. Who do you have?
That was Robert. Sorry about that, Robert.
Next
Glad you got a good clean finish there on the blue side. Good to see Thomas skiing down. Get that second run for Thomas. Here comes Rooney Macon on the blue course and Solomon Stubbs on the red course. Rooney from Loveland, Solomon from Steamboat.
53 on red, 55 on
You just see the positive body at these guys really charging. Austin Gibb, Bowden Groff getting ready to go up top. Through the finish they come as Austin and Bowden make their way down. Through the finish, it was Rooney with a time of 21.16 and Solomon with a time of 21.11. Just 0.05 of a second, Solomon the faster in that pair. Here come Bowden, here comes Austin. Across the finish they go. Our next pair is Owen Short on red and Rhodes Roberts on blue. Bowden, you had a time of 20.88. Austin, you had a time of 21.55. Rhodes Roberts on blue, Owen Short on red. Here they come to the finish.
87 and 88 are going to go next.
And across the line, it's Rhodes with a time of 20.94. Owen with a time of 20.56. Owen Holmes on the red course. Maximilian Woodrow on the blue course. Two Vale racers going head to head. It's Maximilian getting the fast start on the blue course.
51 red and 52 blue.
Crosby Chimerakas and Griffith Serbir be our next pair up top. Maximilian still on a bit of a lead on the blue course, but Owen catching up on the red side. That's a good finish across the line. And it's going to be Owen with a fastest time of 20.09. Maximilian with a time of 20.25. Clock starts when the racers cross the wand up top.
Send them.
So sometimes one side will start a little bit sooner and look like they're ahead, but it's based on their time on their course from the start wand to the finish eye. So here comes Griffith and Crosby. They had so much fun racing each other in the morning race. They got paired up again. These two racers neck and neck. Griffith on the blue course, Crosby on the red course. Two Aspen racers, Surbar and Chimarakis, through the finish. Griffith with a time of 20.59. Crosby with a time of 20.64, just 0.05 of a second difference. All right, Tucker Littlepage on the upper section along with Hanson Shepard. Tucker and Hanson. Hanson had that crash in the first run, but he's fixed things up now, looking fast. Tucker just behind across the finish line. Hanson, your time 19.49. Tucker, your time 20.49. Next pair will be Adam Wilson and Luke Danzer.
Kevin.
Adam will be on the red. Luke will be on the blue.
Thank you.
Oh, looks like just Luke running on the blue course. So Luke Danzer on course right now, and Luke crossing. Luke with a time of 20.31. Stein Williams and Emil Vargas Miller, our next pair. Emil on the blue course, Stein on the red course. This is a good close race. Stein racing for Vail. Emil racing for Aspen. Close finish. Here they come. The crowd's going wild, and it's going to be Stein with the faster time, 18.97. Emil with a 20.09. Next up, Adam Wilson on the red course, Calvin Bahashi on the blue course. Calvin races for Winter Park. Adam races for Steamboat. A reminder to the U12s, the all jump complex activities are open. If you want to try the Nordic jumps, you can do the jumps on the right-hand side, the 20 and the 30-meter jumps. To get there, use the magic carpet. We've got skiers going for the speed skiing record up there on the 100-meter. That's quite a ride when you go over that roll and hit the steepest part of that pitch going straight down in your tuck.
85 on red, 53 on blue.
And then the incredibly brave jumpers on the airbag. I couldn't do that. So it's Adam on red, Calvin on blue.
Send them. Adult commentary.
A reminder for the athletes, as soon as you finish your first run, get on the PAMA, head back to the top. We immediately go into your second run. You just switch sides. So make sure you're back up to the top so that you're ready to go for your run. Here comes Calvin on blue, Adam on red.
81, 86.
Callum Murchison and Grayson Smith will be our next pair out of the start as Calvin and Adam fly to the finish. Colin on red, Grayson on blue.
Red.
Oh, and down goes Callum. But back up on that red course, Grayson on the blue side, making his way towards the finish. Calvin finished just before with a 19.74. Stein and Adam had a 20.49. Callum not finishing on that red course. We'll hope for Callum to get a good finish on his next run. Grayson with a time of 21.04. Jack Kofoid and Gorsuch and Wallace Gorsuch, our next pair on course. Jack is on red and Wallace is on blue. Jack from Aspen, Wallace from Aspen. It's racing each other, charging to the line. Our next pair, Lincoln Hamilton, Hudson Fry. Wallace had a time of 19.80. Jack had a time of 19.19. Hudson on the blue course, Lincoln on the red course, making their way to the finish. Christopher and Grant, our next pair in the start. Through the finish, that was Hudson with an 18.90, but Lincoln got him by just 13 hundredths of a second with an 18.77. That was a good race right there. Grant Coates, Christopher Roeder, our next pair. Grant's on blue, Christopher's on red. Both these racers from Aspen. Noah Marshall and Sydney Wall should be our next pair. Roeder and Coates across the line. And it's Grant with a time of 19.40 on the blue course. Christopher with an 18.79 on red. Sydney Wall on the red course. Noah Marshall on the blue course. Noah from Aspen, Sydney from Vail. This is a good looking duel right here. These guys are flying halfway through, making their way towards the lower section now. Here, what a great race through the finish. It's going to be a tie. Our first tie of the day. Noah Marshall, Sydney Wall, you both had a time of 18.59.
Okay, skipping a pairing.
Holy
64
smokes.
on red, 96. Are you going to let the jury know?
Let's get up and see that one again. What a great race. Here comes Declan Short and Holt Tankersley. Holt's on the blue course. Declan's on the red course. Holt from Winter Park, Declan from Aspen.
Okay.
Oh,
You
and
didn't let the jury
down
know that
goes
you skipped-
Declan.
You didn't let the jury know that you skipped a pairing.
6-4 will be a DQ. Miss Gate.
That was wild for Declan. Little
6-4 DQ.
helicopter in the air with his feet. Holt, though, safely through, and Holt's got the fastest time here in the second heat so far
Okay.
of the blue
79,
course.
66.
18.42, the time for Holt.
Copy.
So nice
79
job,
red,
Holt.
66 on blue going back.
Our next pair, Peyton Smith and Aiden Schmidt.
No, I can't.
Peyton's on the blue course. Aiden is on the red course. Peyton from Steamboat. Aiden from Aspen. Too close to call in the midsection. These boys are neck and neck. It's synchronized skiing down the face of Howelsen Hill. Here comes Peyton. Here comes Aiden. Reach across the line. They come. It's going to be Aiden with an 18 flat. Peyton had an 18.60. Here comes Asher Groman and Axel Locker.
9-7.
Axel on the blue course, Asher on the red. Oh, and Axel with some trouble going off course, having to skate back in. Asher Groman from Summit safely through. Axel smartly skiing out. If he puts down a fast second run, he knows that's the better deal.
8-9 will
So
not
smart
finish.
move from Axel. Asher finishing with a time of 17.57. Dustin Ward, Dane Fisher, our next pair on course. Dustin's on blue. Dane is on red.
8 red.
Dane from Winter Park, Dustin from Vail. Both of them getting a little bit low, neck and neck. Good fast racing to the finish. They come, and it's going to be Dustin. 17.40. Dane, 17.56. Felix Locker now, and Blaze Underhill. Blaze is on red. Dustin on, or Felix on blue. Felix across. Felix with a time of 16.23. Blaze with a time of 17.36. So
No, they
back
both
to the
ran on
top
blue.
we go.
No, you can't.
Switching
No,
sides.
they both ran on blue. Kevin, they both ran on blue. They have to run separate.
So we will do our final run coming up here. The competitors up there at the top, ready to go. Coming into the final run here. All 4 runs count. That hood over there on the speed trap definitely slowing down that racer. So much great stuff to watch here. Great to see these athletes enjoying all the activities. See if we've got any flyers over on the jumps going 30 meters or more past the K point on the jump hill. Get ready for our first
We're ready to proceed
duel.
with the second run of the boys, or the fourth one, I should say. The first pairing will actually be a solo on the red course, bib 60.
So Parker Wilson on the red course to kick things off for our final run. We've got Ghost Racer on blue. Ghost Racer's been trying hard to keep up with Parker, but just hasn't been able to do it as Parker pushes out of the start. Here comes Parker from Steamboat. Carl Henry and Rowan Hamilton will be our next pair. As Parker Wilson's got a gate lead over Ghost Racer. Parker looking strong on this. Ghost Racer's trying to catch him. He's getting closer, but Parker skating across the finish, and Parker's going to take the win with a time of 26.24. Here comes Rowan Hamilton on the red course, Carl Henry on the blue course.
46 red, 78 blue.
Carl from Steamboat, Rowan from Loveland. Neck and neck, these two boys. This is a fine race. Rowan into his tuck quick, Carl right behind. Here they come to the finish line and across, and it's going to be Carl Henry with a 22.84. Rowan Hamilton with a 23.11. Cody Manley on the red course. James Ordonez on the blue course. Our next pair in the start, Noah.
49 blue.
Wait till they're actually in there. Jude Pendleton, Noah Morty, our
We are
next pair.
skipping the next pair.
James crossed with a 23.25. Cody crossed with a 22.64. On course right now, Jude Pendleton on red. Noah Morty on the blue side. Two Steamboat racers right now on
Whoa,
course.
hang on, I'm not ready yet.
Here comes Jude through the finish. Jude across with a 23.62. And Noah across
Hang on, I'm still not ready.
with a 25.45.
48 red, 48 red, 94 blue. Yep, send them.
All right, our next pair, it's Soren Grisham on the red course, Roman Shamshern on the blue course. Roman from Vale, Soren from Summit.
Putting the next pairing back in, 74 and 76 in the gate.
Synchronized turns down the pitch. This is going to be a close one, a little bobble for Soren, but they go to their great race to the finish line. Raising his hand is Soren. He says, I cross first. And in fact, we look at the time, and it was Soren crossing first with a 21.52. Roman with a 21.78. Graham Rowland and Matthew LaBelle, our next pair. Graham on blue, Matthew on red.
On red, 58.
Lucas Major, Jack Macon, our next pair. But this is Graham and Matthew making their way to the finish. Graham on the blue course crossing with a 21.70, and Matthew on the red crossing with a 22.89. Lucas on blue and Jack on red.
77 red, 47 blue.
Our next pair, Jack's from Loveland, Lucas is from Vale. With a good lead, cowbells cheering these boys on. Here they come to the finish. Across they come as Luca Marolda and James Gorsuch, our next pair on course. James on blue, Luca on red. Across the finish, that was Lucas with a 21.09 and Jack with a 23.17. In the start, Robert Kawamura and Thomas Ordonez, they are now on course up top. Through the finish come James and Luca.
50 red, 57 blue.
Thomas on the blue course, Robert on the red. About halfway down, Luca crossed with a time of 22.10. James with a time of 22.09. 19.83. Rooney Macon and Solomon Stubbs are on course up above through the finish. That was Robert with a time of 21.96. Thomas with a time of 22.40. Solomon on the blue course. Rooney on the red course. Here come to the finish as Bowden Garoff and Austin Gibb have left the start. Bowden's on red, Austin's on blue.
Who's on?
Austin from Winter Park, Bowden from Vale.
Red, 54 blue.
Owen Short, Rhodes Roberts, our next pair. Rhodes and Owen are on course now as we catch up with some times. Rooney had a 21.91. Solomon had a time of 21.77. Austin had a time of 22.14. And Bowden had a time of 20.91. Rhodes across on the red course with a 21.39. And trouble up above on the blue course for Owen. And Owen, unfortunately, did not
Simon Cappy's
finish.
5-4 will not finish. Evan, you have 88 and 87. Okay.
You're clear to resume. Clear.
Owen Holmes and Maximilian Woodrow will be our next pair. And they're on course. Maximilian getting a little bit of a head start out of the gate. Owen just behind. The clock starts when they open the start wand.
Solo, we will have 59 on the red course. Solo,
Let's see if
59
Owen can stay close to
51
Maximilian.
will not start.
As they make their way to the finish, it's going to be Woodrow crossing with a 20.19. Holmes crossing with a 20.48. Luke Danzer now on course.
52 red, 51 blue.
Ghost Racer on blue. Luke from Steamboat. Ghost Racer with a slight advantage, but Luke making some nice turns down here at the bottom. Ghost Racer falling behind as Luke goes to his tuck, and Luke's going to take that win with a 20.80. Griffith and Crosby on course right now.
75 red, 82 blue.
Griffith is running red and Crosby's running the blue. These two Aspen boys have been close all day as Griffith crosses with a 19.95. Crosby with a 21.50. Hanson Shepard on red. Tucker Littlepage on blue. Here they come. Hanson from Steamboat, Tucker from Vale. Flying to the finish. Across the line they come as Emil Vargas Miller and Stein Williams get ready to go up top. It was Hanson crossing with a 19.74. Tucker with a 20.85. Emil on the red course, Stein on the blue course. Emil from Aspen, Stein from Vale. This is a good close duel right here.
Red, 85 blue.
Stein picking up speed as he approaches the finish. Really going fast on that blue course. Emil trying to keep him close. But it's going to be Stein crossing with a time of 18.73. Emil with a 21.02. Here comes Calvin Bohoshi on the red course. Adam Wilson on the blue.
86 red, 80 blue.
Calvin from Winter Park. Adam from Steamboat. Oh, and getting low and Calvin skiing a fine run on that red course. Adam running an aggressive direct line on that blue course. As they make their way to the finish, it's Callum Murchison and Grayson Smith on course. Callum is on the blue course. Grayson is on the red course. Adam had a time of 20.80 and Calvin had a time of 19.25. Here comes Callum and Grayson to the finish. Jack Kofoid and Wallace Gorsuch are next. Wallace on red, Jack on blue. Across the line, that was Callum Murchison by just 0.06 of a second over Grayson. Callum, your time 19.56. Grayson, your time 19.62. Here's another close duel to the finish. Here they come across the line, and it's Jack Kofoid by 0.06 of a second. Wow, 19.62 your time, Jack. And for Wallace, it's a 19.68. Next pair up, it's going to be Hudson Fry and Lincoln Hamilton. Hudson's on the red side, and Lincoln on the blue. To the finish they come as Christopher Roeder and Grant Coates leave the start. Hudson, your time 19.17. Lincoln, your time 19.89. Here comes Grant on the red course, Christopher on the blue course. Two Aspen racers going head to head. Across the line they come, Christopher with a 19.68, Grant with a 19.37. Here comes Noah Marshall on red and Sydney Wall on blue. These boys tied the first time down. Who's it going to be? Across the line they come, and it's going to be Noah Marshall by 0.05 of a second. Closest pairing of the day right there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and trouble for Schmidt on the blue course as Peyton Smith on red continues on. Tough break there for Aiden. Peyton crossing with a time of 18.95.
7.9 is a DSQ.
Noah's time just before I announced this differential. Noah, your time was 18.69, and Sydney, your time was
confirm 7.9
18.74.
Yes.
Copy. 96,
Holt
96,
Tankersley
64.
in the start for the red side, and Declan Short on the blue. Holt from Winter Park, Declan from Aspen. Here they come. Now onto the lower section, Declan, the slight advantage it looks like on the blue course. As they cross the line, our next pair, Asher Groman and Axel Locker. Axel needing that finish. He had the crash on the first run, went out. Asher on the blue course. Through the finish, that was Holt with a time of 18.54 and Declan with a time of 18.87. Good job getting that finish, Declan. Axel looking strong on the red course. Asher right with him. It's going to be Axel, 18.12, just behind his Asher with an 18.25. Next pair on course, Dustin Ward is on the red, Dane Fisher on the blue, and our final pairing is up top. That's Felix Locker and Blaze Underhill. Here comes Dane and Dustin. Dane on blue, Dustin on red. The tuck early is Ward. Fisher just behind. It's going to be Dustin with the 17.59 and Fisher with an 18.09. Felix Locker on red and Blaze Underhill on blue. Felix quick to the finish. Blaze right on his tail. It's going to be Felix Locker across with a 16.36. Blaze Underhill with a time of 17.57. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our U10 non-elimination duels. Great racing for the U10s. Go in and have yourself some well-earned lunch. Got a pizza lunch for all of the competitors. Sorry, for competitors only in Olympian Hall, but it is included with the entry for the competitors in Olympian Hall. Grab some lunch. The U12s have got another 20 minutes to play around over in the jump complex. We're going to shoot for awards at 1 o'clock for the U10s down on the patio. That wraps up the U10 race. Inspection for the U12s will start at 1 o'clock.
Kevin.
Sorry for those watching live. We are back online with our audio. Yeah, I've announced it over there, I think.
What about 75? 65 ran on.
With men runs 2. We have 66 on 7 on red.
All right, we're ready to go with run number 2. Henry Branham on their blue course and Jack Cowie on the red course. They are underway.
8 and 69.
Jack and Henry approaching the finish just behind them. Getting ready to go. Desmond and Gabe, they are on course.
In the next pairing, 70 will not start. 71 will run.
So here comes Desmond and Gabe. Across the finish, it was Henry with a 21.25 and Jack with a time of 20.73.
Copy. Go ahead, Simon.
Felix Hoagland will be on the red course and Brooks Brownson on the blue. Our next pair up. Through the finish, Gabe had a 21.56. Desmond had a 20.60. Clark will be next on the red and Jack on the blue.
75 will not start. 65 is running on red.
With Zach Hardy on the blue course, Clark Coates on the red course. Through the finish, Brooks, you had a time of 21.16, and Felix, you had a time of 22.80. Owen Wall and Hagen Stokes will be our next pair. Through the finish, that was Jack Hardy with a 23.46, Clark Coates with a time of 22.67. Hagen Stokes from Aspen on the blue course, Owen Wall from Vale on the red course. Hagen getting out of the start gate a little bit quicker. See if he can maintain that lead as he comes down. Owen hot on his tail. This is going to be a close one to the finish, ladies and gentlemen. Here they come, Hagen Stokes and Owen Wall. Tigert Saylor and Nixon Dodge, our next pair. Across it was Hagen with a 20.02, Owen with a 19.81. Nixon Dodge from Eldora on the blue course. Tigert Saylor from Vale on the red course. Aiden and Cameron, our next pair up top.
83 blue, 85 red.
Through the finish, Nixon had a time of 21.25 and Tigert had a time of 20.56. Here comes Aiden on the red course, Cameron on the blue, had that backwards. Aiden on the blue course, finishing with a 22.26. Cameron on the red course with a 21.59. Our next pair, Charlie Quinn and Clay Conkling, two Steamboat racers going neck and neck. Charlie bashing those gates on the blue course. Zachary DiCanio and Jason Weber, our next pair. Clay with a time of 20.71, and Charlie with a time of 20.13. Jason on the blue course, Zachary on the red course. Following them is Julian Suki and Alex Danzer. Here comes Zachary from Team Summit on the red course with a time of 20.24. Jason on the blue course with a 21.33. On course up above, Alex Danzer from Steamboat. On the red, Julian Suki from Aspen on the blue. Good pairing right here. Alex and Julian flying to the finish. Sylvester Newman, Nolan Kaneda will be our next pair up top. Here they come through the finish. It's Danzer with a time of 21.45 and Suki with a time of 21.11. Nolan Kaneda on the blue course and Sylvester Newman on the red course. Nolan from Summit, Sylvester from Winter Park. Reaching toward the finish. That was a good race. Oliver Nelson, Ansel Grant now on course up above through the finish. That was Nolan and Sylvester. Sylvester just faster, 20.02. Nolan, 20.14. Oliver and Ansel through the finish. We've got Aiden Lamada and Forrest Canava racing right now. Forrest is on the blue course. Aiden's on the red course. Oliver finished with a 19.08. Ansel finished with a 21.07. Here comes Aiden on the red course. Forrest on the blue course. And across they come. Aiden had a time of 19.79. Forrest had a time of 23.26. Ramsey Burkett and Jack Doran, our next pair, two Steamboat racers. Had a good close race in the first run. Ramsey a half second faster. Let's see how this run pans out as they switch sides. This is a good close race. Two Steamboat racers. Let's make some noise for them as they come to the finish line. It's going to be very close, and it's going to be the red course. Ramsey with a time of 20.62. Jack with a time of 21.51. North Brown on the red course. Isaac Payne on the blue course.
98 on blue course, 99 will not start.
Oh, it sounds like North won't start, so it's going to be Isaac running Ghost Racer on the red course. Isaac from Winter Park, looking strong. Ghost Racer trying to keep up, but he can't. Isaac's too fast. Isaac across the line. Isaac has a time of 19.19. A good run for Isaac Payne. Clark Rowland on the red course. Thomas Martini on the blue course. Two Aspen racers neck and neck halfway down this dual slalom course. Here they come towards the finish. Martini with a slight advantage perhaps as Luke Atwood, Eli Greenberg has just left the start through the finish. It's going to be Thomas with a 19.61 and Clark with a 19.93. Here comes Eli on the blue course, Luke on the red course. Eli from Winter Park, Luke from Summit. Thomas down and Gareth Mann just left the starting gate. Eli with a 21.05, Luke with a 21.42. Gareth on the blue course, Thomas on the red course. This is a fast-looking duel. They make their way to the finish, and across they come. It's Thomas with a 19.03, Gareth with a 19.28. Nicholas Bosman, red course. Adric Kyer on the blue course.
119 blue, 108 red.
Nicholas looking fast on the red side. Adric trying to keep in touch. Nicholas through with an 18.73 and Adric with a time of 21.44. Eli Davenport on the red course. Park Jarjabka on the blue course. Eli from Aspen, Park from Team Summit. Here they come to the finish. Eli will cross with a 19.53 and Park with a 19.60. That was a good one. Lincoln Lurie now on course with Luke Marshall. Lincoln's on red. Luke is on blue. Con Curavilla and Gage Gross will be our next pair. Here they come to the finish line. It's going to be Luke crossing with a time of 19.08. Lincoln with a 20.33. Con Curavilla on the red course. Gage Gross on the blue course. Con from Team Summit. Gage from Vale. Close race. This is a great one, folks. Let's cheer him on. Gage needs that finish on the blue course. He's done a good job. Con crossing on the red course, and it's going to be Con by 0.3 of a second. 18.73 the time for Con. Gage, you had a 19.03. Dag Williams on the blue course. Murray Trosterman on the red course. Oh, and down goes Dag
113 is going to be a DNF.
as Murray skis ahead down that red course.
Timing copy.
Look up the hill, and Dag's down on his course up there. Tough break for Dag. Murray's going to cross with a time of 19.79.
116 on red. And no. No false start.
Michael Major and Cole Chandler are on course. A good close start to get going up there for these boys. Cole is from Vale. Michael is from Vale. Two Vale racers. Intra-team grudge match here as Michael flies to the finish. Cole just behind. It's Michael with an 18.02 and Cole with a 19.51. All right, our final pairing, it's Barrett Groff and Wyatt Jacobson. Barrett is on the red course, bashing those gates. Wyatt on the blue course, flying down the hill. Here they come to the finish. Winter Park on blue, Vale on red. To the line they come, and it's going to be Wyatt on the blue course, 18.29. Just 0.2 back is Barrett on that red course, 18.49. That wraps up the boys' first heat. Get ready with our women up next.
Is there time to run inside to go to the bathroom?
This would be a good time.
Yeah.
right, I believe we're getting close. Our racers been gathered up in the start and organized. All girls should be in the start right now. As we're getting ready to go for heat number 2, runs 3 and 4. Some new pairings out there as we work towards our fastest 2 skiers from the first 2 runs. I'd like to thank our gold level support partners, the City of Steamboat Springs, Cloud9 Integrated Systems, Colorado Event Rentals, Conroy Moving and Storage, Native Excavating, Steamboat Radio, Slifer, Smith and Frampton, Smart Wool, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, Twin Enviro Apex Waste Solutions, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, UC Health, and SBNY. Also, a special thanks to Steamboat Mountain School for supporting our lunch for the athletes today. Got Sophia Wilson ready to go up top.
Ready to go with run 3 of the women. The first run will be a solo. Group 7 is running on the blue course.
Our first competitor will be Sophia Wilson from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
From the bottom up, starting with timing.
Timing is clear.
Middle of the course is clear. All right, start is clear. First racer in the gate on blue course only. Okay.
And here she comes, Sophia Wilson on the blue course. Ghost Racer on red. Sophia looking really fast on that blue side. Making some nice turns halfway down the pitch.
Oh, hang on. 4.
Emily Hilsendagger and Bryce Dvorkin. Our next pair is Sophia Wilson. Skis past Ghost Racer and into the finish. Sophia, your time is 25.56. Bryce Dvorkin on the red course, Emily Hilsendagger on the blue course. Our next pair, they'll be followed by Mary Novotny and Ansley Fleming. Emily's from Summit and Bryce is from Summit, 2 Summit racers. Racing against each other. Toward the finish they come. It's going to be Emily on the blue course with a 22.01 and Bryce on the red course with a 25.63. Mary Novotny on the red course, Ansley Fleming on the blue course. Now it's 2 Steamboat racers taking their turn.
39 on red.
They'll be followed by Snow McCubbin and Daphne Molk. Mary on that red course, a slight advantage over her teammate Ansley Fleming. Novotny into her tuck. As they approach the finish, here they come. The 2 Steamboat girls
7
crossing.
on red, 9 on blue.
Didn't get a...
11 on red, 9 on blue.
That was a really close race, girls. Oh, and down on the red course up there, that's Snow McCubbin.
39 on red, DNF.
Daphne safely passed on the blue. But let's go back to that previous race, Mary and Ansley. Ansley won that duel by just 0.13 of a second. Ansley, your time was 24.87. Mary, your time was 25.00. Daphne, your time was 24.28. Good to see Snow up on her feet. With this non-elimination format, if Snow puts down a good, clean second run, her time on this run will equal her time on the other run plus 2 seconds. So with this non-elimination format, a way that the competitors can still have a chance, it encourages the racers to really get after it, knowing that they have a little bit of extra cushion, and Snow was definitely getting after it. Our next pair in the start Annika Toland and Ashley Vignali, two Eldora racers.
Start is clear. We're proceeding. Pairing.
So far with this resorting of competitors, teammates have been the theme of the second heat. Two teammates racing each other from Eldora. Ashley's on blue. Annika is on the red course. Brooklyn Beckerman and Kristen Sung will be our next pair. A good tight duel as the Eldora racers come to the finish, and it's going to be Annika with that one. Annika, your time was 22.83, and Ashley, your time was 23.07. Here comes Brooklyn on the blue course and Kristen on the red. Just behind them, Amelia and Tara.
27 red, 8 blue.
It's Tara on the red course from Steamboat, Tara Chase, Amelia Ruzutek from Breckenridge on the blue. Kristen with a time of 22.06. Brooklyn with a time of 23.10. Just leaving the start. Amelia Schenk and Aria Ostrowski. Aria's on the red course and Amelia's on the blue. Through the finish, Tara had a time of 22.42 and Amelia had a time of 23.04. Amelia and Aria, good duel to the finish. Here they come, and it's going to be Amelia with a time of 21.59, Aria with a time of 22.03, Franchina Jordan and Valentina Kawamura are competitors on course. Franchina is on red, Valentina on blue, two Vale racers. This is a great duel. Cheer them on. Across the line they come. It's going to be Franchina on the red course with a time of 21.86.
29 red.
As Caitlin Gugesberg and Jane Claire Pendleton make our next pair. Caitlin on red, Jane Claire on blue. Franchina with a 21.86, Valentina with a 22.12, Emily Vignali and Amelia Stone up top. Caitlin crossed with a 21.46 and Jane Claire with a 21.96. Here come Emily and Amelia across. Emily on that blue course with a time of 21.47. Amelia on the red course with a 22.02. Ariana Loro and Quinn Tituan on course. Ariana on the red. And Quinn on the blue. Ariana from Summit, Quinn from Team Winter Park. They'll be followed by Bergen Gilligan and Piper Christopher. Here they come to the finish. Ariana will cross on the red side with a 22.32 and Quinn with a 22.10. Bergen Gilligan on the red course. Piper Christopher on the blue course. Two Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racers. And look at them head to head, neck and neck as they make their way to the lower section. Sophie Verrier and Hayden Chakowski, our next pair. Here come Piper and Bergen to the finish. It's going to be Bergen by 1/100th of a second crossing first in the Winter Sports Club duel there. That was a good one. As Sophie on the red course and Hayden on the blue course, our next pair coming down at us. Bergen, your time was 22.30. Piper, your time was 22.31. Sierra Buelo on the red course. Harper Chetkowski on the blue course. Finishing was Sophie with a 20.52. Hayden with a 21.55. Sierra on the red. Harper on the blue. Olivia Maccabee and Charlie McCleary, our next pair.
1 red, 13 blue.
Oh, and Olivia having all kinds of trouble up there going down in exciting fashion. Charlie McCleary getting through that section, no problem. Olivia back on her feet. That's good to see. But Charlie's going to cross with a time of 22.39.
Racer 18.
Olivia with that crash will be a DQ, but that was exciting.
Copy 18
Through the finish just before, it was Harper with a 21.82, and it was Sierra with a 21.31. Here comes Ava Sutherland on red and Avery Dye on blue. Behind them, we'll have another pair. Through the finish, it's Ava and Avery. Ava with a time of 20.95, Avery with a 21.39. Here comes Lucy Vasquez on red, Imogene Harney on blue.
35 red, 28 blue.
As they make their way to the finish, this is a good close one. Oh, getting a little bit low there is Imogene. Across the finish, Lucy has a 20.55. Imogene has a 21.37. Margot Weber on the blue course. Hannah Treichel on the red. Lauren Meehan and Ariana Cohn, our next pair, but that was a good finish right there. It's going to be Hannah on the red course with a 20.32. Margot on the blue course with a 20.93. Ariana on the red course, Lauren on the blue course. Ariana Cohn from Vail, Lauren Meehan from Loveland. This is a good race between the Loveland and Vail racer. Let's cheer them on as they make their way to the finish. Too close to call. They reach the line. It's going to be Ariana on the red course with a 20.46 and Lauren on the blue course with a 20.98. Gabrielle Kozicki on the red course. Georgia Riati on the blue course. Georgia from Vail. Gabrielle from Loveland. Across the line, and that was a good race. Georgia with a 19.76. Gabrielle with a 20.23. Elizabeth Tano on the red course, Evelyn Davis on the blue course. They'll be followed by Spranger and Bartlett. Here comes Evelyn from Team Summit on blue, Elizabeth from Loveland on red. A good close duel, and across the finish they come. It's going to be Evelyn with a 19.80 and Elizabeth with a 20.56. Grace Bartlett will be next on red. Emmeline Spranger will be next on blue. Comes our next pair. Emmeline Spranger from Vail on the blue course. Grace Bartlett from Loveland on the red course. This racer's really picking up the pace. Some great racing action head to head. Super exciting. Spranger Bartlett to the line. It's going to be Bartlett with a 19.16. Spranger with a 19.53. Olivia Current now on the red course. And Johnny Freudenberger on the blue course. Two Vail racers racing side by side. Into her tuck early is Olivia. They reach to the line, and it's going to be Olivia with a 19.47. Johnny with a 20.39. Anderson Cyber Warner on the red course, and Ewan Peterson on the blue course. Anderson from Vail, Ewan from Eldora. Valentina Brogy, Charlotte Miller just leaving the start. Charlotte's on red, Vale on blue. Through the finish, that was Eowyn with a 20.74 and Anderson with a 19.85. Down goes Brogy on the blue course. Just as I was about to say, she's really feeling the flow. Charlotte Miller goes through the finish with a 19.75. Vale is going to need to put together a great last run, which she can do here on her home hill. Ruby Boulevant, Sloan Bodziak, our next pair. Ruby on red, Sloan on blue, two Vail racers. This will be an exciting one. It's Sloan and Ruby neck and neck halfway down.
44 red, 55 blue.
Great skiing. Oh, getting low is Sloan. Sloan making a great recovery to stay in there. But Ruby's going to be faster to the finish. 19.28 for Ruby, 20.10 for Sloan. Emma on the red course, Abigail on the blue course.
54 on red, 51.
That's Emma Summers from Aspen and Abigail Haight-Manick from Vail. And this is a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Charging hard, both these girls, they come to the line and across. It's going to be Emma with a 1906, Abigail with a 1982, and here comes Kaya Shine on red and Maya Bambour on blue. Kaya from Steamboat, Maya from Vale. Super close race there as they cross the line. It's going to be Maya by 0.05 of a second, closest race we've had so far, as Millie Waugh and Ramy Shepard leave the start.
57 red.
Maya, your time was 18.95. Kaya, your time was 19.00.
In the gate.
Ramy from Steamboat on blue, Millie Waugh from Vale on red. And across the line they come as our final pairing up top. It's Hope Gustafson on red and Parker Jones on blue. Ramy, your time was 19.38. Millie, your time was 18.35. Oh, and Parker having some trouble up there on the blue course. Quickly back up to her feet, but Hope taking advantage. She's out in front now. Parker's going to need to do some work, make up some time. Hope skiing really fast down to the finish. Parker trying to pick up that time, and they're going to cross. It's Parker with a 20.43 after the mistake, but Hope with a great run of 18.59. It's going to make for an exciting final run. So girls, back to the start, your final run. Boys should be starting to think about making their way towards the start, as the boys will follow about 5 minutes after the girls' run is complete. So one run to go here for our
Yep, we're good.
girls.
You have 7
Say
on red.
switch sides. Sophia Wilson will be kicking things off on the red course from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Start. We are ready to proceed with the fourth run of the women. The first pairing is single on the red course. Big 7 on the red course.
Sophia Wilson on course on the red side. Let's cheer her on. Sophia from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
25 red.
In that first run, she handled Ghost Racer very well, and Sophia again pulling out ahead of Ghost Racer on that blue course. Sophia skiing very nicely down here towards the bottom. Let's make some noise for Sophia, everybody. Sophia Wilson from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club across the line. And Sophia, your time 27.34. Emily Hilsendegger and Bryce Dvorkin, our next pair up at the top. Bryce will be on the blue course. Emily will be on the red course. These are our teammate duels going on. 2 Team Summit racers on course right now. Emily with a slight advantage on the red side, skiing strong. Bryce staying close on the blue course.
16 blue, 48 red.
Here comes Emily to the finish. Emily will cross with a time of 23.16. And Bryce crossing with a 26.30. Ansley Fleming and Mary Novotny on course right now.
39 blue.
2 Steamboat racers. Ansley's on red, Mary's on blue. Oh, and this is a close one. I love these teammate duels. Here they come towards the finish, getting a little bit wide as Mary. They're right before the line, and that's going to allow Ansley to cross first. Ansley, your time 24.89, and Mary, your time 25.74. Our next pair is Daphne Molk and Snow McCubbin. Snow making sure that she gets a finish this run. She had that crazy, exciting, spectacular crash in the first run. Daphne through the finish first, and Snow doing a good job to get that finish so that she will be able to be in those final results. So good job, Snow, as we watch Ashley Vignali and Annika Tolan now. 2 Eldora racers on course. Ashley on red, Annika on blue. Daphne, your time was 23.19. Snow, your time was 24.27. And down goes Annika. Tough crash for Annika up there. As our next competitor on the red course, it's Brooks Beckerman. Brooks Beckerman on the red side. Or Brooklyn Beckerman, I apologize, from Team Breckenridge on the red course. As Annika gets helped out. Tough break there for Annika. Brooklyn with a time of 23.65. Ashley, your time was 23.28.
I'm clear.
Who do you have in blue right now? Hang on. Who just DNF'd?
Good timing, did you catch that 11 will not finish?
Timing copies. 11 will not finish. No, Kevin, hang on. No, I have a problem. Kevin, wait for a second, please. Wait for a second, please. Where is 11? Why do I not have 11 anywhere? I know, but I did not.
All right, so Kristen Sung on the blue course running solo. Ghost Racer on the red course. Brooklyn was so fired up, ready to go out of the start. Our starter couldn't catch her in time. Kristen, though, able to get a good, clean run. And Kristen through the finish. Kristen, your time, 22.81. Amelia Rezdatek on the red course and Tara Chase on the blue course. Tara from Steamboat, Amelia from Breckenridge. Amelia Shank and Aria Ostrowski will be our next pair. On course up top, Amelia Shank on red and Aria Ostrowski on blue. Through the finish, Amelia, you had a time of 22.80. Tara, you had a time of 23.23. Valentina Kawamura and Francina Jordan, our next competitors to go. This was a great race right there through the finish. And it's going to be Amelia with a 21.40, Aria with a 22.20. Valentina Kawamura on the red course, Francina Jordan on the red.
534 on blue.
Two Vail racers. Jordan and Kawamura very close as they approach the finish. Here they come to the line. It's going to be Jordan with a time of 22.00. Kawamura with a 22.59. It's Jane Claire Pendleton up top on red, Caitlin Gugasberg on blue. Both these girls race for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Jane Claire slight advantage on the red course. Running the low line is Caitlin. But through the finish for both racers, that's a great job. It's Emily Vignali and Amelia Stone, our next competitors on course, are up top. Emily's on red, Amelia's on blue. Jane Claire, your time was 22.11. And Caitlin, your time was 23.03. Emily and Amelia making their way to the finish. Quinn Tetuan and Ariana Lauro, our next pair. Quinn's on red and Ariana's on blue. Through the finish, that was Amelia Stone on the blue side with a 21.55. And on the red side, it was Emily with a 21.07. Just out of the start, Piper Christopher and Bergen Gilligan, two Steamboat racers going side by side. Through the finish, that was Quinn on the red course with a 21.29 and Ariana on the blue course with a 22.16. Piper on the blue course. Sorry, it's Piper on red, Bergen on blue. Hayden Shetkowski and Sophie Verrier, our next pair. Through the finish, Piper had a 22.66 and Bergen had a 23.89. Here comes Sophie on the blue course and Hayden on the red course. Hayden from Aspen, Sophie from Eldora. Here they come to the line, and it's a close one through the finish. 1/100th of a second, Sophie. You were the faster, 21.34. Hayden, 21.35. Harper Tchaikovsky now on the red course, and Sierra Buelo on the blue course. So down to the finish they come. And it's going to be Harper on the red course with a 21.35. Sierra on the blue course with a 21.06. Charlie McCleary running solo on the red course. Charlie from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Ghost Racer falling far behind as Charlie flies down the hill. Into her tuck goes Charlie. Charlie McCleary across. She's got a time of 22.18. Avery Dye on the red course and Ava Sutherland on the blue course. Avery from Breck and Ava from Winter Park. This is a good duel. Neck and neck as they approach the finish. Cheer them on. It's going to be a close one as they reach to the line. It's going to be Avery with a 20.87. Ava with a 21.34. Here comes Imogene Harney on red and Lucy Vasquez on blue. Imogene from Summit, Lucy from Vale. Oh, and losing her ski is Lucy. And Lucy just got a little inside there. That ski rattled off. Tough break for Lucy. Imogene crossing with a 20.78.
Time copies 1-4 will not finish.
Tough break there for Lucy. She was flying. Margot Weber will be up next on red. Hannah Treichel will be next on blue. Two Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racers. And they're on course. Margot out of the start a little bit sooner. See if she can maintain a bit of an advantage. Hannah staying right in her back pocket. Margot skiing right through those panels. To the line they come. Our next pair, Lauren Meehan and Ariana Cohn.
6 on red, 38 on blue.
Through the finish. That was Margot by 1/100th of a second. Margot, your time 21.31. Hannah, your time 21.32. Here come Lauren and Ariana to the finish line and leaving the start. That is Georgia Riati and Gabrielle Kazicki. Georgia on the red course and Gabrielle on the blue. Through the finish, it was Ariana on the blue course of the 20.57, Lauren on the red course of the 21.14. Georgia and Gabrielle to the finish. Evelyn Davis just left the red gate. Elizabeth Tano left the blue. Through the finish, Georgia had a time of 19.57 and Gabrielle had a time of 20.56. Elizabeth and Evelyn, this is a good close one. Evelyn from Summit, Elizabeth from Loveland. Here they come to the line, reaching across, and it's going to be Evelyn with a 20.26 and Elizabeth with a 20.56. Emmeline and Grace, our next competitors. Emmeline Spranger from Vale on the red course. Grace Bartlett from Loveland on the blue course. Oh, and getting low is Grace towards the bottom. Emmeline with a very nice run, 19.86. Grace with a 21.09. Johnny Freudenberger on the red course. Olivia Current on the blue course. Two Vale racers. Johnny with the earlier start up there. She's still got that lead. But she did push out of the gate a little bit sooner. Olivia trying to stay in touch right there. It's going to be close with the time. And Olivia with the win, 20.09. Johnny with a 20.64. Eowyn Peterson and Anderson Seibert Warner are our next pair. Ewan on the red course, Anderson on the blue course. Up next, Valentina Brogi and Charlotte Miller. Vale and Charlotte are on course. Vale on the red course, Charlotte on the blue. Through the finish, Ewan had a time of 20.35. Anderson had a time of 20.99. Vale needs the finish after her crash on that first run, and she's through. Valentina with a time of 18.55. Charlotte crossing with a 22.52. Our next pair on course, it's Sloan Bodziak on the red, Ruby Bullivant on the blue. Two Vale racers. neck and neck halfway down. Ruby on blue, Sloan on the red. Here they come to the line. We look to the times. It's going to be Sloan by 0.2 of a second. Sloan, your time 19.77. And Ruby, your time 19.99. Abigail Haight-Manick on the red course and Emma Summers on the blue course. Oh, this is a good one as Kaya and Maya get ready to go up top. Through the finish they come. It's going to be the blue course by 0.1 of a second. Emma Summers, you had a 19.84, and Abigail, you had a 19.94. Here comes Maya Bambour on the course and Kaya Shine on the blue course. Bambour with a slight lead down towards the bottom on the red side, but Kaya keeping it close here. They come to the finish line, and it is going to be Maya with a time of 18.87. Kaya with a 19.88. Ramey Shepherd on the red course. Millie Waugh on the blue course. Oh, and Ramey with some trouble, but doing a nice job to recover. Millie skiing nice and smooth on the red side. Ramey, a little wild and woolly, but it's fast. It's rodeo. We're here at Howelsen. Why not? Here comes the finish, and it's going to be Millie with an 18.85. Ramey with a 19.37. Parker Jones and Hope Gustafson. This is our final pairing for the women's race. Boys need to be up at the top. All boys to the top of the course. So the boys' race will start as soon as we get you ordered up there. So all boys to the start as the last pairing for the girls gets ready to go. Parker Jones on the red course. Hope Gustafson on the blue course. Here they come. It's Parker on red, Hope on blue. Vale versus Aspen. Here they come towards the finish. Neck and neck. Hope getting a little bit low on the blue course. Great recovery for Hope to stay in, but Parker's going to cross first. Parker, your time 18.10. Hope, your time 19.12. It's going to make things really interesting. That final result, again, the final results are determined based on the all 4 runs combined. So Parker with a really fast run on red after a mistake on the blue. Be exciting. So all boys up to the top. Girls, make sure you get your bibs turned in. Great racing out there as we await the boys to the top. So boys, all boys should report to the top as we're looking to get underway with the boys race in just a few minutes.
All right, Kevin.
All boys to the start line, please.
The Winter Sports Club is amazing. It is multi-sports, and it's the only club in the entire country that has as many winter sports as we're able to provide.
I feel like when you ask our kids about their life in Steamboat, their first thing they'll say is, we grew up in the Winter Sports Club.
It's sort of like a second family for me.
The Winter Sports Club, I think, was my upbringing.
I think Howelsen and the Winter Sports Club is one of the best places in the world.
It was almost another parent to me. We spent every opportunity we had down at the Winter Sports Club and enjoyed every minute of it.
Coming here after school and being with your friends and your coaches, it's just an awesome experience.
Almost every huge lesson or experience or great moment that has changed them has happened through the Winter Sports Club.
You know, their notion of creating champions on and off the mountain really resonates with me, and I just think it's an incredible opportunity for the boys to be part of that.
There you go.
Every coach that I've ever worked with, you know, here at Winter Sports Club or see coaches on hill with these kids, from skiing to cross country to jumping to snowboarding coaches, every single one of them brings a large amount of passion and dedication to this sport.
And the culture that they become a part of, again, changes them. And whether or not they're winning or whether or not they want to be an Olympian, they can be the best version of themselves.
We're so fortunate in this town to have so many amazing people help raise these kids.
There's something to be said about growing up in a competitive environment and having the mentors that the SSWSC provided. And you know, I certainly don't think that I would have grown up to be the person that I am today without their influence on my life.
It's so unique and so special, and having seen great places in the world, there's nothing like this.
Really, the Winter Sports Club is appropriate for all kids. Every single kid can benefit from the Winter Sports Club.
will have the first racer will be
Second heat for the boys. 2 runs left for the boys. We're going to kick things off with Henry Branham on the red course.
Blue course.
A quick clear from the bottom up, starting with timing.
He's gonna start on blue. They moved him back and forth. Timing is clear.
Now we're going to put Henry on the blue course.
66 on the gate.
So Henry Branham from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. And here he comes. Henry on the blue course. Ghost Racer on red. Henry making some strong turns down the lower pitch. Looking good as he makes his way towards the bottom section. Ghost Racer trailing behind Henry Branham into his tuck. Henry Branham through the finish. Henry Branham has the lead at the moment, 22.50. Good job, Henry. Our next pair, Forrest Canava and Jack Hardy.
111 red, 73 blue.
Jack from Winter Park. Forrest from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Oh, and down goes Hardy, losing a ski. On that blue side, Forrest didn't let it faze him as Jack was cartwheeling right towards him. Forrest crossing with a 23.22. Tough break for Jack. Go up and get yourself a finish on that next run. All will be good. Gage Gross and Felix Hoagland, our next pair. Gage on the red, Felix on the blue. Gage had some mistakes on the first heat, so he's really going to be looking to charge on this run. Felix, Winter Park on the blue course, Gage on the red course. Gage skiing a good clean run on the red course. Felix trying to stay close on the blue side. Gage is going to cross with a 19.13. Felix with a time of 23.62. Clark Coates on the red. Aiden on the blue.
72 red, 82 blue.
Good race here. This Team Summit racer on the blue course. Clark on the red course from Aspen. Here they come to the finish. It's going to be Aiden and Clark, and it's going to be Clark with the 21.70, Aiden with the 22.35. Brooks Brownson on the red course and Cameron McCallum on the blue. Cameron from Loveland, Brooks from Summit. They'll be followed by Jack Doran and Ansel Garrett. Oh, in trouble for Cameron. He's out.
Will not finish.
Brooks finishing with a time of 21.38. Jack Doran on the red course. So Garrett on the blue.
89 red,
2 Steamboat racers running the low line up there, both of them. Jack really putting the hammer down. Ansel staying close. This is ragged racing, rodeo style for the 2 Steamboat racers, and they cross. 21.36 for Jack. 21.61 for Ansel. Here comes Alex Danzer on red and Desmond Bahashi on blue. Jason Weber and Luke Atwood will be the next pair. Desmond and Alex making their way to the finish. Desmond crossing on the blue side, 20.44. Alex on the red side, 21.78. Jason Weber, bib 86 on the red course. Luke Atwood on the blue course.
102 red, 77 blue.
Weber from Summit, Atwood from Summit. 2 teammates dueling it down the hill as Eli Greenberg from Winter Park leaves the start on red. Hagen Strokes from Aspen on blue.
69 red, 79 blue.
Jason, your time was 21.43. And Luke, your time was 21.86. Here comes Hagen on the blue course. Eli on the red course. Across the line they come. Gabe O'Connor just left the start up top on red, and Nixon Dodge on the blue. Nixon from Eldora, Gabe from Summit. Through the finish, Eli, your time was 21.45. Hagen, your time was 20.58. Here they come to the finish, Nixon and Gabe. This is a good duel. They reach across the line. It's going to be Nixon by 0.03 of a second. Jack Cowie on the blue course. So you didn't get a start on red.
Kevin, don't send the next pair. I need a.
To the finish they come.
Start on red, please.
That was Jack Cowie on the blue course. Jack, your time was 20.21.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. So who was that? 106? Nope, not yet.
Adric will have your time here in just a moment.
Okay, can you give me the backup time, start time for 106?
Our next pair up top, it's Clay Conkling and Ramsey Burkett.
What's that?
Okay, go ahead and send them. I need the start time for 106.
15:56, 51.
Times for Nixon Dodge, you had a 22.18, and Eli Greenberg, you had a Gabe O'Connor, you had a 22.21. All right, Ramsey and Clay on course. Two Steamboat racers going head to head here. Ramsey Burkett on blue, Clay Conkling on red.
57, 11.
And this is a good duel. The teammates are neck and neck. Let's cheer them on as they make their way to the finish. It's going to be Clay with a time of 20.74. Ramsey with a time of 20.9. Julian Suki on the red course. Charlie Quinn on the blue. Oh, and down goes Charlie on that blue course. Julian flying down the red. Charlie back up, though, on the blue. As they make their way to the finish, it's going to be Julian with a time of 20.02.
15:57, 11, 3635 is the finish.
And Charlie with a 26.83. Taggart Sailor on the red course. Clark Rowland on the blue. Oh, and down on the red course goes Taggart. All of a sudden, it's mayhem up there. Clark keeping his concentration, and Clark is going to finish. Clark Rowland, your time fastest on this heat so far on the blue course, 20.03. Tough break for Taggart. Apparently the bindings are just getting cold up there. They don't want to hold on anymore. Zachary DeCanio and Nolan Kaneda, our next pair, two Team Summit racers, getting ready to go up top.
Hey, you're clear to resume.
We'll look for a good final run from Taggart.
Start is clear. Next pairing in the gate.
John, was that one who didn't get a start slow?
I don't think so.
My math hasn't had a 39.
No, definitely not. All right, Nolan Kaneda on the blue course. Oh, and down goes DeCanio on the red.
I'm sorry, what do you have, Kevin?
One of the racers earlier was talking to me about the. Oh, and down goes Kaneda on the blue, losing a ski.
Stop start confirmed.
Equipment everywhere. Looks like DeCanio back on his feet. He's going to finish 31.16 for Zachary. Nolan losing a ski, so he won't be able to finish. Tough break for Nolan, but if he puts down a good second run in this heat, he'll be all right in the standings.
That's 9-0 will not finish.
So Sylvester Newman, Lincoln Laurie, our next pair to go. It'll be Sylvester on the red side and Lincoln on the blue. Lincoln from Vail, Sylvester from Winter Park. They're on course. Again, when we watch these racers, they're racing the competitor that was closest to them in the first run on time. These faster skiers looking to move up the ranks. As they come across the finish, Sylvester with a time of 20.22. Lincoln with a time of 20.53. All 4 runs added up to do the final results here. If they DNF or DQ on one of their runs and they finish the other run, then we give them a time for the run they went out on with a 2-second penalty based on the other run that they finished. So everybody's in the mix. This is a good one. 2 Vail racers, Owen, Aiden, through the line. It's going to be Owen on the red course with a 19.94 and Aiden on the blue course with a 20.50.
Yeah, Park. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I don't have his name, but it's fine.
So Park Jarjabka on the red and Thomas Martini on the blue.
114 red, 108 blue.
So it's Park Jarjabka on the red course, Thomas Martini on the blue course. Here they come to the finish. Park getting a little bit low and wild, but keeps it in the course. Thomas finishing with a time of 19.42. Park with a time of 20.42. Here comes Murray Trosterman on the red course, and down goes Eli Davenport on the blue course.
115 blue.
Murray Trosterman from Team Summit into his tuck, and Murray with a time of 19.78. A lot riding on the last run of the day for some of these competitors. Eli be one of those skiers that's looking to put down a clean, fast run on his second run.
56.51, 1582.
1582?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's their start time?
So that's the finish.
No.
No, that's the start.
Yeah, what's their finish time?
So tough break for Eli. Go put a fast run through the finish on your next run, Eli.
Yep.
And in this format, you'll be in good shape. Dag Williams and Cole Chandler, our next pair, 2 Vail racers. It's going to be Cole on blue and Dag on red, and here they come. A great duel here. Cole skiing a little bit wide. Dag looks like he's got the slide advantage, but Cole now tightening up the line, finding some speed to the finish. Dag's going to cross. It's going to be Dag with an 18.86 and Cole with a 19.35. Barrett Groff on red. Thomas down on blue.
98 red, 104 blue.
Good close race there. And across it's going to be Barrett with an 18.25. Thomas with an 18.90. Isaac Payne on the red course. Gareth Mann on the blue course.
112 red.
Gareth from Steamboat. Isaac from Winter Park. Con Curavilla and Oliver Nelson, our next pair. Oh, and down goes Mann leaning inside. And Isaac Payne will ski across. So tough break for Gareth. Isaac with an 18.60. Con Curavilla on the red course. Oliver Nelson on the blue course. 2 Team Summit racers. Battling it out up there on the top part. Neck and neck, some different styles of skiing as they make their way down, but both equally as fast so far. Here comes Nelson. Here comes Curavilla. They come to the line. It's going to be Curavilla, 18.83, and Nelson, 19.15. Nicholas Bosma on the red course, and Luke Marshall on the blue. Marshall from Aspen, Bosma from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Here they come to the finish. And our final pairing has just left the start. That's Wyatt Jacobson. Michael Major. Michael with some problems up above. Nicholas had a time of 17.98 and Luke had a time of 18.34. Wyatt just crossed with a 17.67 and Michael with a time of 22.98. That wraps up the first run. All boys back to the start, switching sides, and we'll be underway with your final run here in just a minute.
Okay, is it starting? Yeah, hey Kevin?
You have time to do that?
Yeah.
Did you see any of the batteries?
Kevin? Anything in that bag? How many batteries does it take?
6.
talking about something else, so.
All right, I think we're just about ready for our final run here for the men.
80 ran, 80. We're right what? Yes, you're gonna run 66 solo on red, correct? I am ready for 66 on red.
This is the start. We're ready for the fourth and final men's run of the day.
Got Henry Branham on the red course from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Kicking off our final run. Here comes Henry. Jack Hardy and Forrest Canava will be our next pair to go. As Henry Branham from Steamboat makes his way down. Henry putting in his final run of the day. What a day it's been. Henry Branham into his tuck, and Henry across the line with a 22.33. Good run for Henry. Jack Hardy on the red course. Forrest Canava on the red course. Sorry, Forrest on blue, Jack on red, Forrest from Vale, Jack from Winter Park. Awaiting the starter command, and on course they come. A good even start for Forrest and Jack.
111 blue, 73 red.
Gage Gross and Felix Hoagland will be our next pair. Here comes Forrest and Jack. Forrest on the blue course, slightly ahead. Jack Hardy trying to keep it close, but Forrest into his tuck. Forrest crossing with a time of 22.94, and Jack with a time of 25.12. Felix Hoagland on the red side, Gage Gross on the blue side. Gage from Vale, Felix from Winter Park. Aiden and Clark, the next pair. Down to the finish, it's Gage crossing with a time of 19.72. Felix with a 23.42. Clark Coates on blue. Aiden Chattahoogan on red. This is a good duel. To the finish they come. It's going to be on the red course. Aiden with a 22.05. Clark with a 22.35. Cameron McCallum on the red course. Brooks Brownson on the blue course. To the finish they come. This is a great race. To the line they cross. It's going to be the red course. Cameron with a 21.37. Blue course. Brooks with a 21.99. Ansel Garrett on red. Jack Doran on blue. Two Steamboat racers battling it out for the final run of the day. To the finish they come. It's going to be Jack by 1/10 of a second. Jack, you had a 22.45. Ansel, you had a 22.54. Desmond Bohashi on the red. And Alex Danzer on the blue. And down goes Desmond. Back up on his feet. He did get a finish. Luke Atwood on the red course. Jason Weber on the blue course, our next pair. Through the finish, that was Alex with a 22.56. Desmond with a 24.54. Jason Weber on the red course. Luke Atwood on the blue course. Two Team Summit racers battling it out. Here they come to the finish. It's going to be a close one at the line. It's going to be Jason with a 21.34. Luke with a 21.67. Hagen Strokes on the red course. Eli Greenberg on the blue course. They'll be followed by Nixon Dodge and Gabe O'Connor. Hagen on the red course from Aspen, crossing with a 20.05. Eli on the blue course with a 21.97. Nixon on the red course. Gabe on the blue course. Jack Cowie and Adric Kyer will be our next pair. Here comes Nixon on red from Eldora, just a bit ahead of Gabe from Team Summit on the blue. Making their way to the line. Here they come across. It's going to be Nixon with a 20.57. Gabe with a 21.97. It's Jack Cowie on red. Adric Kyer on blue. Cowie from Summit. Kyer from Winter Park. Just leaving the start, Ramsey Burkett and Clay Conkling. Two Steamboat racers. Ramsey's on red. Clay's on blue. Trouble up there for Clay. Ramsey makes his way to the finish. And Ramsey Burkett across with a 20.86. In that pair just before, it was Jack with a 21.00. And Adric had a 21.44. Charlie Quinn on the red course. Julian Suki on the blue course. Here they come. Julian's from Aspen. He's skiing blue. Charlie from Steamboat. He's skiing on red.
80 will not start. 101 will be running solo on red.
This is a good one. Julian on the blue course. Charlie on the red course. They're close as they come to the finish. Here they come to the line. Who's going to cross first? It's going to be Charlie with a 20.78. Julian with a 21.06. Clark Rowland up there on course. He's running solo from Aspen, so let's cheer him on. Let's give him that energy from the finish. Clark Rowland skiing fast to the line from Aspen, Colorado. He's got a time of 20.12. Nolan Canada on the red course. Zachary DeCanio on the blue.
91 blue, 110 red.
Neck and neck. Halfway down. Here comes Zachary and Nolan, two Team Summit teammates. Getting after it. This is a good race. They reach to the line. We look to the time. It's going to be Nolan with a 20.74. Zachary, you had a 20.97. Lincoln Laurie on the red course and Sylvester Newman on the blue. Lincoln from Vail, Sylvester from Winter Park. Another close one to the line. It's going to be the Sylvester with a 19.76. Lincoln on the red course at a 20.29. Aiden LaMotta on the red course. Owen Wall on the blue course. Both these skiers from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail.
19 blue, 100 red. John, the name is Park.
Yep.
For 119.
All right, to the finish line they come. On the red course, it's going to be Aiden LaMotta with a 19.96. Owen Wall on the blue course with a 20.58. Here comes Park Georgiabka on the blue course. Thomas Martini on the red course. Park on that blue course running the low line. Thomas crossing first on the red course, 19.51. Park with a 20.57. Our next pair, Eli Davenport on the red course, Murray Trosterman on blue. Eli needs a finish. Let's cheer him on. Murray just behind, but Eli, if he puts down a fast one, he could wipe out that crash on the last one. That was a really good run from Eli, 19.34. Murray with a 19.69. Here comes Dag Williams and Cole Chandler. Cole on the red, Dag on the blue.
118 blue, 105 red.
Thomas down, Barrett Groff will be the next pair. Here comes Dag and Cole. Two Vail racers getting after it. Cole to cross with a 19.67 and Dag with a 20.03. Thomas down on the red course. Barrett Groff on the blue. Thomas from Aspen. Barrett from Vail. Thomas clean and smooth into his tuck early. Thomas crossing with an 18.63. Barrett with a 19.33. Here comes Gareth Mann on the red course and Isaac Payne on the blue course. Gareth needs a finish. A good clean finish on the red side. Isaac from Winter Park crossing on the blue with a 19.30. Gareth on the red with a 19.56. So Oliver Nelson on the red course. Con Curavilla on the blue course. Two Team Summit racers up next. Here they come.
107 blue, 109 red.
Curavilla and Nelson. A close race down towards the bottom. Oh, and down goes Nelson into the B-net. Con Curavilla with a finish of 19.35. It's Oliver Nelson. Man, we've seen some exciting wrecks out here as these racers go all out in the dual racing. Nicholas Bosma and Luke Marshall on course. Wyatt Jacobson, Michael Major will be our next pair and our final pair. But here comes Luke on the red, Nicholas on the blue. Aspen versus Vail. Here they come to the finish line. This is where it all counts. Luke crossing with an 18.23. Nicholas with a 19.97. And now it's Michael Major and Wyatt Jacobson, our final pair of the day.
Go ahead.
Michael from Vail, he's on red. Wyatt from Winter Park, he's on blue. Here they come.
On course.
Long day, anything can happen. Both these boys putting it all on the line. Wyatt hitting those blue gates on the blue side. Major skiing strong on the red. Good clean turns. Oh, and Wyatt leans in. Down he goes. Michael Major crossing with a time of 17.70. And for Jacobson, It's going to be interesting because now we go to the math. So Wyatt did have a finish in the first run of that heat. So his time for that run will be his time from the first run with a 2-second penalty. It's going to make things very interesting in the final results. All 4 runs count. They're added up as a combined time result. And we're going to do some calculations as we take down the course and wrap things up. And we will have the boys awards, or the U12 awards, out on the patio in approximately 20 minutes. Great racing, everybody. Congratulations to all the competitors. A big thank you to our volunteers and our race jury out there. Thank you to the coaches that braved it in the cold all day. We'll look for everybody at awards here in about 20 minutes.